Hey guys, tonight we're cracking open a part of history that smells like rubbing alcohol and bad decisions. It's cold, clinical, and just a little too quiet. Welcome to the 1940s, the golden age of mental health treatment, which is a generous phrase for what was essentially medical roulette with real human lives. If this gentle psychological horror helps you relax, like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and drop a comment telling me what time you're listening, or what dream you hope this doesn't bleed into. Bonus points if your bed isn't bolted to the floor. Dim the lights, let the fluorescent buzz settle into your bones, and breathe in the sterile promise of progress. Because tonight, you're not just falling asleep, you're checking in permanently. You arrive quietly, as most people do. There's no dramatic breakdown, no flurry of white coats and restraints. Just a clipboard, a nod, and a door that clicks locked behind you. The waiting room smells like wet paper and steel. A fan spins in the corner, not to cool anyone down, but to give the illusion that time is passing. It isn't. Not really. The nurse at the front desk doesn't ask how you're feeling. She asks for your name, which you stumble through because your tongue feels like it's borrowed. She mishears it anyway, writes it down with a shrug, and hands you a stack of papers you won't remember signing. A consent form for things that haven't been explained. A release of rights disguised as routine procedure. Somewhere in that stack, you just authorise someone to tamper with your brain like it's a jammed typewriter. You're handed a set of clothes that used to be white once. A gown that opens in the back like an invitation to surrender. A pair of socks that don't match and might have been boiled once, judging by the texture. Your street clothes are taken and bagged, tagged with your new name. You'll never wear them again. You won't need them. People don't leave here because they're better. They leave because someone else made the decision. Down the hall, a man is screaming. Not the kind of scream you hear in movies. Not theatrical. Not even particularly loud. Just continuous. Like his throat is stuck in a loop and nobody remembered to turn it off. You look at the nurse. She doesn't react. It's just another Tuesday. You're led to the intake ward, where the light is always a little too bright, like a dentist's office that forgot how to smile. The walls are the colour of spit and disappointment. You pass people with glassy eyes and trembling hands, their faces slack like puppets left out in the rain. Some stare at the floor, some stare at the ceiling. A few stare at nothing at all, which somehow feels worse. You're shown to your bed. It's a steel frame with chipped paint and a mattress that's about 2 inches thick, stuffed with some material that squeaks when you shift. Possibly sawdust, possibly regret. The sheets are stiff, starch-laced linen, pulled so tight they could qualify as a restraint if needed. You ask where the bathroom is, and the orderly points to a door with a sign that reads, "Supervised use only." You don't ask what that means. You already know it's not good. Someone walks by dragging a mop. You can't tell if he's staff or patient. Maybe both, maybe neither. Everyone here wears the same shade of institutional beige, as if the colour itself might neutralise personality. You haven't been officially diagnosed yet, but it's coming. There's always a diagnosis, something to write in your file, something Latin sounding, something treatable, at least on paper. Your belongings are gone. No watch, no belt, no shoelaces. Nothing sharp, nothing personal. Even your comb was deemed potentially unsafe. Apparently, styling your hair is a gateway drug to self-harm. You feel your identity thinning by the minute, like a photograph left too long in the sun. The staff calls you by your last name, sometimes just by your bed number. It's easier that way. People are easier to manage when they're reduced to syllables and digits. Across the room, a woman is rocking back and forth, her eyes fixed on her knees, like they might deliver the weather. Every few minutes, she whispers something under her breath. Maybe prayer, maybe poetry, maybe static from a radio only she can hear. A young man, 2 beds over, has been staring at the ceiling for hours. You try to follow his gaze, but the only thing up there is a water stain shaped like a gun. You look away. The nurse comes in with a clipboard and asks if you know where you are. You nod. She writes something down. Doesn't look up. She asks if you know the date. You get it wrong. She writes more. She asks if you're hearing voices. You say no. She pauses, waits. You realise saying no too quickly makes you sound defensive. You backpedal, add that sometimes you think you hear things, but it might just be your imagination. She nods, like you've confirmed a suspicion. She leaves. You hear her footsteps recede down the hallway, then stop. The scream starts again, the same as before. Distant, rhythmic, hopeless. It could be a patient. It could be your future self. Either way, you're here now. And here doesn't care how you got here, only that you are. Later they take your photo. It's grainy, washed out, the kind of image they'll staple to the top of your file and forget exists. You're instructed not to smile. It doesn't feel like a request. They snap it mid-blink. You look like you've already begun to fade. Someone else does your intake interview. A man with a stethoscope and the emotional presence of a clipboard. He asks you questions like he's reading them off a script he's memorized but never understood. Have you ever had thoughts of harming yourself? Have you ever felt disconnected from reality? Do you trust the government? Do you sleep well at night? Do you cry for no reason? You answer as best you can, though some of the questions don't feel like questions at all, more like traps. Say too much and you're a risk. Say too little and you're uncooperative. Either way, the solution is the same. More observation, more notes, more treatment. He asks about your family history. You mention that your mother had spells and that your uncle was once sent away to rest after yelling at a mailbox for 2 hours. He nods like it's all very normal. He writes the word hereditary on his form and underlines it twice. You ask when you'll get to speak to someone, like a real therapist, someone to talk things through. He doesn't laugh, but he almost does. He explains that treatment here is primarily biological, meaning they will be working on your brain, not your feelings. Feelings are messy. Brains are easier to fix with wires and chemicals. You smile politely, and he notes that down too. By the time you're shown back to your bed, the woman who was rocking earlier has gone silent. Her chair is empty, still swaying slightly. No one mentions where she went. People disappear here all the time. Into rooms, into programs, into diagnoses. Some come back quieter. Some don't come back at all. Dinner is served on plastic trays that smell faintly of bleach and boiled sadness. You get something that may have once been meatloaf, paired with a scoop of mashed potatoes the colour of wallpaper paste. No salt, no flavour, just calories and submission. You eat it because the nurse is watching, because everyone else is eating, because if you don't, it'll be written down. After dinner, there's free time, which mostly means wandering the day room while pretending not to eavesdrop. The television is bolted to the ceiling, permanently tuned to static. Magazines are 6 months out of date and missing half the pages. A chessboard sits in the corner, but every piece is a pawn. You sit in a chair and try not to think. Thinking is what got you here in the first place. Lights out is at 8, sharp. The overheads flicker, then die. The hallway lights stay on, bathing everything in a sick yellow glow that leaks under the door like a fever dream. You lie on your back and stare at the ceiling. Someone is crying softly a few beds down. Someone else is whispering to themselves in a tone so calm it's terrifying. The mattress crinkles beneath you with every breath. It feels like sleeping on a giant communion wafer. And then you hear it again. That scream. Not loud, not sudden, just persistent. Like something inside this place is always breaking. Maybe it's a person. Maybe it's the plumbing. Maybe it's the sound sanity makes when it finally gives up. You roll onto your side, the sheets smell of bleach and ghost stories. You tell yourself it's only for a few days. Just enough time to rest, to reset, to be fixed. But somewhere deep down, past the noise and the pills and the paperwork, you already know. They don't fix people here. They archive them. The first night drags itself across your nerves like a file across metal. Sleep isn't so much elusive as it is forbidden. The moment your eyelids sag, the hallway light flares brighter for a routine check. A nurse in rubber-soled shoes glides between beds, flashlight held low, beam slicing faces apart like stage lighting for a tragedy no one bought tickets to. She pauses over you, scribbles a note on her chart, then nudges the cot with her hip just enough to remind you whose territory this is. When she leaves the door ajar, the distant scream slips through again, thinner now, as if echoing up a stairwell inside the walls. Maybe it's quieter, because the owner of that voice is tiring, or maybe someone finally dosed him with enough chloral hydrate to muffle humanity. Eventually exhaustion drags you under, but the cottony white of sedation dreams is pierced by sudden clangs. Pipes expanding, a tray cart rattling, keys brushed against a radiator. Each time you surface, you have to remember where you are, why the sheets are tucked under the mattress so tight your feet can't point, and how your name sounds when pronounced by strangers who never attach a Mr. or Ms. Ahead of you lies an evening schedule printed on laminated cardstock. 2200 hours, lights dim, 0100 bed check, 0530 rouse for vital signs. The hospital respects neither circadian rhythm nor the notion that rest aids recovery. Here, fatigue is a diagnostic instrument. If you still manage to sleep, they haven't given you enough stimulation. At 5:30, a bell barks from the ceiling vents. Not a ring, not a chime. This is an industrial hiss. Something between a factory whistle and a steam leak. Bare feet meet linoleum that's slick with disinfectant. You shuffle toward the bathroom under escort. Inside the tiled stall, a mirror made of polished metal warps your reflection, bending your jawline into a soft V like a melting statue. You try brushing your hair with your fingers. It sticks in uneven clumps, sweat flattened by a night of half dreams. A red line creases your cheek where the pillow seam branded you. You look like a prisoner in a foreign country, which in a way you are. Breakfast line forms in the day room beneath a clock so large you can see the second-hand panic its way around the dial. A radio perched on a high shelf fizzles with big band music, the volume low enough to hide lyrics, but loud enough to compete with your thoughts. Nurses ladle oatmeal into bowls and call it porridge, as if linguistic nostalgia improves taste. The patient ahead of you palms sugar packets and tucks them into his sleeve like contraband cigarettes. You copy him without knowing why. Hoarding seems instinctive here, like breathing. You notice the sugar is labelled property of state hospital. Even sweetness has been institutionalised. Seated at communal tables, you attempt conversation with the man across from you. He stirs his oatmeal absent-mindedly, spoon making slow circles, never lifting food to mouth. After a minute he murmurs, "Wheat germ helps keep the thoughts in," then continues stirring. You manage a weak "I see," though you don't. A nurse tips her head toward him and mouths, catatonic depressive, in the same tone a botanist might whisper rare orchid. You wonder what label she assigns you when your back is turned. Post-breakfast orientation begins in a room that smells like projector bulbs and socks. A reel clatters to life. Black and white images splash onto a cracked screen. Cheerful orderlies guiding anxious souls through verdant gardens. Doctors smiling beside charts that look suspiciously blank. A narrator with a barbershop quartet voice assures you that mental illness is like a short circuit. Snip the faulty wire, reconnect, and voila, a functioning citizen. The film ends with a fade out on the word progress, all caps 2-second linger, as though repetition alone could make the promise true. When lights return, nobody claps, though one patient laughs too long. A single gull shrieking over empty beach. The attendant snaps the lights off again and ushers everyone to the next checkpoint before the laugh infects the room. Checkpoint is a cubicle lined with frosted glass panels. You stand on a scale. You are measured. A blood pressure cuff strangles your arm. A tongue depressor explores your tonsils. Without warning, scissors appear and remove an inch-wide lock of hair for laboratory assay. Your protest barely registers. The nurse pats your shoulder, says, "Everyone donates something during recovery." She deposits the hair into an envelope and seals it with a flourish. You picture envelopes like that filling filing cabinets that stretch to the horizon, rows and rows of anonymous keratin waiting for a purpose no one will ever bother to invent. They march you to X-ray. The machine looms like a mechanical spider. Plates cold against your ribs. Lead apron draped across your lap. The technician instructs you to inhale and freeze. Freeze is redundant. You've been frozen since admission. The bulb flashes. You see ghost lines behind your eyelids. An afterimage of yourself reduced to calcium and vacancy. You wonder how madness shows up on film. Is there a shadow where joy used to sit? A blur where hope vibrates too quickly to resolve? Back in the main hall, you're confronted with a poster titled Types of Psychopathology. A helpful branching diagram divides human misery into neat rectangles. Dementia praecox, manic depressive reaction, psychoneurotic disorder, psychopathic personality. Beneath each rectangle a sample photo, lopsided grin, hollow stare, parted lips, each portrait wearing the exact same gown you're wearing. You examine eyes that somehow seem to anticipate your arrival across decades. At the bottom a tagline claims, "Early treatment, best outcome." You check the fine print for an expiration date. There is none. Next stop, barber chair. Not for a trim, for delousing. A white-gloved aide smears something between axle grease and toothpaste along your scalp. "Prevents spread," she explains. "We had a scare last month. Scabies in Ward C. Ugly business." She smiles as though retail marketing a tragedy. The ointment's odour is equal parts gasoline and peppermint. It seeps down your neck and stains the collar of the gown. You are instructed to keep it on for 6 hours. When you ask what happens if it irritates your skin, she says, report any blistering to the desk. They'll give you calamine. Blistering is stated with the casual neutrality of potential rain. You're handed a folder. Your folder. Inside, carbon copies of every form signed, list of property confiscated, vitals, a tentative diagnosis penciled in faint graphite, schizoid features, observe. Below that, a grid for weekly progress notes, column still blank. You flip farther. A page headed recommended interventions lists a smorgasbord: insulin shock therapy, electroconvulsive treatment, metrazole induction, hydrotherapy, pharmacologic sedation, prefrontal lobotomy, consult. Someone has pre-circled ECT in blue ink. You stare at the circle until it feels like it's pulsing. You close the folder. Lunch appears abruptly. Bologna again, this time paired with something green that might once have aspired to lettuce. You chew to prove compliance. Across from you sits a woman with eyebrows plucked into permanent concern. She introduces herself as Clara, though you suspect that isn't her original name. The way she pauses before speaking it, as if translating from another language, betrays revision. She asks what you did to land here. The phrasing strikes you. Not what happened, but what did you do? You admit you've been sad for too long. She snorts, says sadness is fashionable these days. She was committed for excessive imagination. She leans in, confides that she spoke too openly about hearing orchestras tuning up inside her teeth whenever she bit down on silverware. The doctors hated that image, she says. It made them uncomfortable. She laughs until tears rim her eyes. Whispers that discomfort is the only reliable way to tell if a doctor's conscience still works. You laugh too, a small, brittle sound. It's the first genuine emotion you've felt since arrival, which means it will probably be reported. 30 minutes later, you're summoned for your first psychiatric interview. Dr. Hawthorne waits behind a desk, so large it must have been shipped in pieces. He's grey, hair, suit, complexion, except for a burgundy tie pinched tight enough to keep the blood from escaping his neck. He beckons you to sit. His chair is tall-backed leather. Yours is armless, too low, designed to tilt your gaze upward like a penitent. He opens your folder, steeples fingers, asks how you slept. You tell him the truth. Poorly. He nods gravely, writes something you can't see. He wonders aloud whether you've experienced any hallucinations since admission. You mention the distant scream. He clarifies: visual, auditory, olfactory. You shake your head, realise the scream counts as auditory, but decide against clarifying. He notices your hesitation, jots another note. He begins a monologue on the miracles of contemporary psychiatry. 10 years ago, he says, your chances of recovery will be minimal. Now, with modern somatic therapies, the prognosis shines. He references an article by Dr. Freeman on transorbital lobotomy. Minimal invasiveness, remarkable tranquility, rapid outpatient discharge. You fixate on the words minimal and tranquility, wondering how they intersect with ice picks and bone hammers. Hawthorne leans forward, asks if you're willing to cooperate with recommended interventions. Your silence lengthens. Cooperation, he explains, expedites release. Non-compliance necessitates protective measures. Protective for whom, he doesn't specify. When he dismisses you, the orderly outside wordlessly attaches a laminated rectangle to your bed frame. Observation, full risk. You're not sure why falling is the concern when every thought feels poised on a ledge. During afternoon meds, A nurse places 2 chalky tablets in your palm. Phenobarbital, nighttime, she says, and watches until you swallow. She asks you to open your mouth, lift your tongue. You obey. She marks an X on her clipboard. You've now contributed data. Evening edges in like a tide of iodine. The day room hums with aftershock silence. People sit but don't recline, like actors unsure if a scene ended. An ancient mahogany piano occupies the corner, its lid locked. No one's allowed to play. Music is considered overstimulating. Instead, there's a single deck of cards, edges furred from handling. You deal solitaire, though you've never understood the rules. A joker is missing. You pretend every queen can be wild. Across the room, a patient named Thomas talks to thin air, describing the weather on Neptune. You catch phrases, cerulean storms, diamond rain. A nurse writes while he speaks, nodding appreciatively, as though Neptune's forecast matters for tomorrow's wardrobe. At 19:30, group therapy convenes. Therapy is charitable. It's more like forced attendance at a seminar nobody prepared for. 10 chairs in a horseshoe, Dr. Lewiston mediating. He asks each patient to share a goal. Thomas says he'd like to go home. Clara says she wants her own pillow. You say you'd like to remember what day it is without asking. Lewiston praises the attainable nature of your ambition, calls it realistic. He assigns everyone homework. Notice one pleasant sensation before bed. Your task is to write it down. Pens are contraband, so you're handed a golf pencil stub and a scrap of newsprint with headlines blacked out. Censorship justified as preventing agitation. Back in the dormitory, you cannot find anything pleasant. The sheets are rough. The air smells of stale fear. The fluorescent light outside flickers like a faulty halo. You settle on the way your own heartbeat feels inside your wrist when you press it to the mattress. Slow, stubborn, refusing to mimic the institutional tempo. You record it, pulse in wrist. Tomorrow Lewiston will nod, say excellent, bodily awareness was grounding. Maybe he'll add a plus sign to your chart, proof the program works. Lights dim. The scream is absent tonight, replaced by ragged coughing somewhere down the ventilation shaft. You imagine germs riding the ducts like subway tunnels, spreading between wards, swapping names. You worry about infection until drowsiness steals focus. As you drift, the ointment in your hair dries into a crust. You think you can smell your own scalp burning away lice that were never there. You wonder what else will be burned away before morning. Memories, decisions, maybe whatever corner of your brain still believes exit signs lead outside rather than deeper in. Sleep finally ambushes you, not with dreams, but with a blank hush. When consciousness resurfaces, you mistake the ceiling for sky because the dawn fluorescents are tinged pale blue. You've been in the hospital less than 24 hours, yet you can no longer picture your bedroom at home. You're startled by how quickly environments overwrite each other, like 2 photographs aligned until the edges merge. You think, maybe I never really had a bedroom. Maybe home is a rumour invented by travel brochures. The notion feels dangerous, but also freeing. Identity, it seems, is just a story with poor security. Easy to steal, easy to lose, easy to remake under fluorescent lights. A nurse enters wheeling a vitals cart. She straps a thermometer under your tongue, clips a pulse oximeter onto your finger, wraps the blood pressure cuff. She hasn't introduced herself, yet she calls you by your first name. An intimacy that feels almost violent after so much numeric detachment. You want to ask her name, but conversation isn't on the checklist, so she's gone before courage mobilises. The thermometer reading is recorded. You are now 98.4 degrees person. Murmur of the ward swells, cutlery clank, rubber soles squeak, doors latch, clips snap. Someone hums a hymn missing every other note. Over everything, a tannoy speakers announce, "Attention staff, Dr. Cohen to ECT Theatre." The words echo like a church bell calling to worship. A patient with thinning hair whispers, "That's my bus." He grips the armrests of his wheelchair, knuckles white. Two orderlies appear, roll him toward double doors marked "No Admittance." He doesn't resist. Submission passes for bravery here. As he vanishes, you realise tomorrow the tannoy might call your name, and you too will roll quietly toward a room where electricity translates despair into memory loss. You recall the film's promise. Progress. You suspect progress is just another word for irreversible. You retreat to your bed, fold into the starched linen, and inventory what remains yours. Pulse, breath, heartbeat in wrist, faint chemical sting on scalp, pencil stub, sugar packets hidden in pillowcase. Not much, but enough to prove you still exist. Nurses pass, clipboards clicking, pens gliding, data piling up in ledgers. You wonder if they'll ever read it back to you. A biography of vital signs telling a story you never got to narrate. For now, you close your eyes and rehearse your name letter by letter, tracing each curve on the inside of your skull until it glows like neon. You don't know how long the light will last, but you intend to keep spelling it until the staff brings more chalky pills or decides you don't need a name anymore. Names, after all, are privileges, like privacy, dreams, lubrication between brain and bone. In this place, privileges are negotiable. Identity is collateral. And you, for the moment, are still you, blinking in the cradle of a hospital bed that wishes you would hurry up and surrender. Morning slips into the ward like a pickpocket, relieving you of the notion that anything will be different today. The sun never actually enters the building. There's too much smoked glass and wire mesh for that. But you sense its presence, the way prisoners sense freedom. Abstract, distant. A rumour that keeps people polite. Orderlies stage their modest ballet. Clipboards passing, carts rolling, whispers shushing. And you watch from your cot, counting how many steps they need to reach the door. 9. Fewer than you expected. Fewer than you'd need to sprint after them, even if sprinting were allowed. A new nurse appears at your bedside. She introduces herself as Ruth and presses a slim glass thermometer into your palm instead of your mouth. "Shake it down to 94, she instructs. You oblige, flicking your wrist until the column of mercury slides south. The motion feels disturbingly natural, like you've done it all your life. She swaps it for a blood pressure cuff, then tucks a stethoscope beneath the collar of your gown. The diaphragm is warm. She must have kept it in her pocket rather than around her neck. That tiny courtesy shouldn't touch you, but it does. The gesture settles somewhere under your ribs, where kindness has been scarce lately. Finished, she tears the vital sheet from her pad and clips it to your folder. Your eyes follow the paper's arc as though it's a top-secret telegram. Systolic, diastolic, pulse. Numbers that will soon outrank words in describing you. Ruth glances at the laminated full risk tag and frowns. "You shouldn't be flagged," she mutters, half to herself. "I'll fix that." She peels the tag away, folds it twice, slips it into her pocket. You feel strangely lighter, as if she's removed 10 pounds of foregone conclusion. Still, you know a new label can be printed in under a minute. Identity here is dry erase. Breakfast cue again. Oatmeal again. You've noticed that every bowl is filled to precisely the same level, suggesting the existence of a ladle calibrated to apathy. You sit beside Clara, who unveils a triumph. She's stolen an extra butter pat. She carves it into her porridge like contraband gold, eyes gleaming. You find yourself cheering internally, the way citizens cheer for smuggled newspapers in occupied cities. The victory is microscopic, yet disproportionately heartening. Resistance, it seems, comes in 5-gram foil packets. Across the table, Thomas reappears after yesterday's electroconvulsive field trip. His hair is damp, parted unevenly. A faint burn mark blooms at each temple like wilted roses. He blinks slowly, gathering thoughts with tweezers. When you ask how he feels, he answers in perfect monotone, less. Perhaps that single syllable is meant to reassure you, or warn you, you can't tell. He spoons oatmeal with the deliberation of a surveyor measuring land he no longer owns. 9 o'clock announcement over the tannoy, occupational therapy for Ward B. Your Ward B. An orderly guides the cohort down a hallway lined with notice boards. Each board is empty except one, which displays a single photocopied quote, "Work is the best narcotic." Beneath it, someone has penciled, "So why am I still awake?" The pencil strokes are faint, perhaps written by a hand that shook. The OT room once masqueraded as a school gym. The high windows are painted over now, preserving gloom. Tables are set with kits, leather pieces, needles, waxed thread. You're told to craft a billfold. The theory is that focused handwork will knit neural pathways, stitching ravelled emotions back into place. You pick up an awl and begin punching holes along the edge of cowhide. With every puncture you imagine piercing through paperwork. Forms, recommendations, permissions you never gave. Clara sews beside you, humming bars from a forgotten waltz. Her needle darts in and out like a sardonic mosquito. When finished, the instructors collect wallets and stack them in a box labelled gift shop. You realise your therapy will eventually be sold in the visitor centre, probably for a profit you'll never see. A cynical joke forms on your tongue, but you swallow it. Sarcasm tastes too much like freedom. Lunchtime again, tomato soup of a hue found nowhere in nature, paired with a sandwich whose chief ingredient is confusion. You trade half with Thomas, who claims red foods worsen his headaches. He offers his apple. The skin is glossy, almost waxen, reminiscent of display fruit in a storefront. You bite anyway. It crunches like a snap of static, startling in its proof that something grew outside these walls and survived the journey. After lunch, community meeting in the chapel. Chapel is generous. An undecorated rectangle with stackable chairs and a wooden cross bolted high enough to discourage vandalism. Dr. Hawthorne presides. He speaks about the institution's proud partnership with cutting-edge research. Words like pioneering, forefront, and humane orbit the room like gnats. He cites statistics showing an 82% success rate for electroconvulsive therapy in alleviating despondent dispositions. Despondent disposition, you note, is one syllable longer than sadness, but apparently easier to treat with electricity. He invites testimonials. A woman named Mrs. Littleton stands, eyes wide as doorknobs. She declaims that the blessed current liberated her from voices. Her smile seems stapled on, but the applause is genuine. Some clap from hope, others from fear of being listed as pessimistic. Afterward you corner Dr. Hawthorne, requesting clarification about your tentative diagnosis. He steeples fingers again, perhaps believing the gesture radiates wisdom. He explains that modern psychiatry favours flexible classification. You might be schizoid today, melancholic tomorrow. Minds shift, he says, like weather. He assures you each new label opens exciting therapeutic avenues, as though you're a vacationer collecting stamps in a morbid passport. You thank him, reflex more than gratitude, and walk away before the bitterness pooling behind your molars becomes visible. In the corridor, Ruth catches up, slips something into your hand, a tissue-wrapped rectangle. "Hide it," she whispers. Back in your cubicle, you unwrap it. It's a pocket mirror. Cheap tin. Edges worn smooth. Contraband. You stare at your reflection for the first time since admission. Pupils dilated. Pallor waxy. Ointment residue crusting scalp like frost. Yet your face is undeniably yours. You tuck the mirror beneath the mattress. A lifeline smaller than a postcard. At 1500 hours, hydrotherapy. You're escorted to a tiled chamber where clawfoot tubs line the walls like sarcophagi. Steam hovers low, smelling of damp towels and rust. An orderly helps you step into tepid water before swaddling you in canvas sheeting. He cinches straps across chest, belly, thighs, wrists, leaving only your head exposed. You ask how long the session lasts. "Until agitation abates," he replies. "You're not agitated. The straps say otherwise." Minutes pass. Water cools, turning your skin to gooseflesh. Somebody somewhere drips water into a bucket, steady metronome counting down nothing in particular. Eventually the door creaks. A nurse checks pulse, deems you sufficiently calm, releases straps. You emerge shivering, as though baptized into numbness. Change it back into your gown. You discover another ID tag attached to the bed. Elopement risk. The capital EL suggests shouting. You contemplate complaining, but Ruth's earlier kindness has taught you the tags are tokens in a game beyond your influence. You decide to ignore it. Maybe apathy will make it fall off. Supper. The menu boasts potato hash, though which part is potato and which is hash remains philosophical. Clara is absent. You learn she was transferred to Ward G for nighttime hypergraphia. Hypergraphia, writing too much. You picture her scrawling symphonies onto pillowcases until staff intervened. The vacancy beside you hums louder than chapel silence. You steal another butter pat in her honour. Evening recreation features a film strip on dental hygiene. Teeth gleam across the projection screen, unrealistically immaculate. A narrator explains that healthy gums contribute to mental clarity. You study Thomas's post-shock temples. Clarity appears to be bleeding from gauze. Midway through the film, the projector jams, melting one frame. Perfect rows of teeth turn liquid, drip away. An attendant curses, slaps the machine, then dismisses everyone. You file out feeling strangely elated that somewhere something mechanical broke irreparably without being blamed on you. 1930. Group therapy again, but Dr. Lewiston is replaced by Mrs. Grimm, a social worker with a voice like velvet, submerged in milk. She asks each patient to recount a childhood memory untouched by distress. Memories flicker. A kite, a beard. Your world is 12 steps wide, 16 steps long, and smells permanently of bleach, overcooked starch, and something metallic that no one talks about. It's a rectangle made of rules, a diorama of control. Every part of it is there to contain you, not with chains, but with linoleum protocols and formality so thick it clots the air. You're not imprisoned, You are held for observation. The phrase sounds delicate, clinical, almost kind, like a museum label explaining why this exhibit no longer moves. The walls are painted the colour of diluted anxiety. Not white, not grey. That institutional in-between, like someone tried to make eggshell but ran out of courage halfway through. At first glance, everything is clean. Polished floors, tucked beds, seamless uniforms. But stare long enough and cracks emerge. Grime clinging to baseboards, fingerprints smudged across doorknobs, the faint outline of something once scrawled in nail-scratched letters beneath the window ledge. Those windows are everywhere, framed in iron, wire embedded in thick glass, more suggestion than transparency. They don't open. Air comes in through ceiling grates that sigh at regular intervals, just enough to prove you're not in a vacuum. You think about that more than you should. How it would feel if the vents stopped one night. If the place sealed itself. If silence became airtight. You shake the thought away, only to find it waiting for you again an hour later. Each room is a variation on a cell. Beds arranged in rows, precisely spaced like teeth. Lockers with no locks. Desks that no one writes at. Plastic chairs bolted to the floor so no one throws them. You spend a lot of time in these chairs. Listening. Staring. Aging. You begin to associate the shape of your spine with moulded plastic. Your body forgets that movement used to be spontaneous. Now everything is regulated. Posture, pacing, posture again. Even rest is performative. If you lie down in the wrong place, or too early, or with your face turned to the wall, someone comes to check on you. They don't ask what's wrong. They mark it. Withdrawn posture. Monitored. Then they leave. You sit up again, not because you feel better, but because being horizontal too long is suspicious. At night, the ceilings watch you. Smooth, pale, and humming faintly. Like they're remembering brighter days. You start tracking the flicker pattern of the fluorescence. Some buzz every 8 seconds. Others dim for half a beat before stabilising. One in the hallway pulses erratically, as if trying to mimic a dying heartbeat. The staff says they're replacing it soon. You've stopped believing in soon. Time passes here in measurements that aren't time. Not minutes, not hours, just events. Breakfast, therapy, meds, group, supper, lights out. It's less a schedule than a ritual, movements repeated until meaning erodes. It doesn't matter what day it is. You could ask, but answers are unreliable. Everyone's sense of time is warped, bent around doses and protocols. You start to think in terms of pills instead. 2 pinks and a white ago is how you reference things. It makes more sense than Wednesday. Your bed frame is metal, chipped at the corners, and groans under your weight like it resents being used. The mattress is thin, compressing down to nothing in the middle. Sleep is something you endure more than enjoy. You wake with the taste of your own breath, and the distinct feeling that your body was used by ghosts while you were gone. Sometimes it feels like you never really slept, just blacked out long enough to be forgotten by your thoughts. Every inch of this place is engineered, designed to prevent, to discourage, to regulate. Even colour is weaponized. There's a reason everything here is beige, grey or pastel. Bold colour invites emotion. And emotion? Emotion gets charted. If you cry, you're unstable. If you laugh, you're manic. If you remain expressionless for too long, you're disconnected from affect. The only safe expression is neutral interest. The face of someone watching paint dry and thinking, Well, at least it's not peeling yet. The day room is where you go when you're not being actively treated. It has books, technically. They're the kind of books nobody ever asks for. Faded paperbacks with cracked spines and titles like How to Be Your Own Friend or Coping Through Crafts. One of them has all the E's blacked out. You're not sure if it was censorship or boredom. The chessboard only has black pieces. The deck of cards is missing all the kings. No one plays, but you leave the games out anyway, as if to prove you still understand the concept. There's a television bolted high in the corner. It only plays 2 channels. One is static. The other is a nature documentary loop that always seems to be about predatory birds. Hawks circling rabbits. Owls dismembering field mice in slow motion. You think it's an allegory, but you're too tired to decipher who's who. Someone suggests turning it off once, and the request gets denied. Visual stimulation assists with grounding. Apparently, being grounded means watching talons tear flesh on repeat. The bathrooms are shared. There's no lock. The stalls have half doors. Showers are timed, supervised from just outside. You wash yourself under lukewarm water that smells faintly of copper, trying not to make eye contact with the mirror, which is just another sheet of metal. Your own reflection becomes a rumour, something you remember vaguely from a better life. You dry off with a towel that could exfoliate bark. Then you get dressed again, in the same institutional pyjamas you wear every day. They smell like the last 20 people who wore them. Laundry cycles weekly, maybe. Maybe not. Noise never stops here. It just shifts tone. During the day it's trays clattering, rubber soles squeaking, distant muttering. At night it's different. Softer, more insidious. A nurse whispering into a walkie-talkie. A gurney wheel squealing. Someone snoring like they're choking. Someone crying like they're trying not to. You start recognising people by their sounds. One patient hiccups when nervous. Another clears his throat every 30 seconds. You can map the ward by audio alone. It's like sonar, but lonelier. You get used to things you shouldn't. Like the intercom that never quite shuts off. Always hissing like it's holding its breath. Like the smell of burnt toast that occasionally wafts down from the kitchen, even when there is no toast. Like the fire alarm that sometimes goes off for no reason, prompting everyone to stand up, file out, and wait for a head count before returning to exactly where they were, now with a bonus headache. Staff uniforms blur together. White coats, blue scrubs, orthopedic shoes. At first you try learning names, then you learn ID badge colours. Then you stop bothering. It's not that they're cruel, they're not. Most are kind in that tired, distant way of people who've seen too many crises and too few resolutions. They speak in a tone engineered for calming. Not soothing, calming. Like someone trying to lull a horse that smells smoke. Their smiles come with timestamps, 15 seconds, and then they move on. The worst part isn't the noise or the smell or the schedules. It's the inertia. The thick, invisible syrup coating every movement, every thought. Even your emotions slow down. Rage feels like static. Joy is a flashbulb that doesn't go off. Sadness becomes background radiation. Constant, imperceptible, cumulative. You stop reacting to bad news. Someone was transferred to solitary? Another's meds were doubled? That tracks. Your own session was cancelled? Alright. The idea of reacting feels absurd, like arguing with gravity. There are clocks on the walls, but the hands move slower here. You check them more than you should, hoping they have cheated time forward. They haven't. You start measuring time by hallway shadows, by meal trays, by how many times the nurse has clicked her pen. You notice you no longer blink as often, that your heartbeat feels like it's running off someone else's schedule. They say this is a place of healing, but healing implies return. To what though? Normal? That ship sailed, sank, and rusted on the ocean floor. Here, existence is a loop. You wake, you eat, you participate, you sedate, you sleep, repeat. Healing isn't about progress, it's about predictability. The staff isn't asking for growth, they're asking for stability, for silence, for compliance in the shape of health. Every surface is covered in warning signs. No sharp objects. Report unauthorized behavior. Staff only. You realize the entire building is built on the assumption that you are a threat, not necessarily dangerous, but unpredictable. A spark, a risk, a liability. You're treated like a broken radio. If they twist the knobs just right, maybe you'll pick up a signal. Maybe you'll broadcast something palatable. If not, back into the supply closet. But even within the script, small rebellions emerge. Someone leaves a spoon hidden beneath the radiator. Someone else writes quotes in soap on the mirror, always washed off before breakfast. Once, a patient folds a bedsheet into the shape of a swan and places it on the nurse's desk. No one acknowledges it, but no one throws it away either. It sits there, quietly defiant, until it yellowed. The environment doesn't just suppress you, it absorbs you, makes you part of its architecture. You begin to mirror it. Your posture stiffens, your voice softens. Your thoughts slow to match the hum of the air vent. You lose the edge of your accent. You forget which songs you use to hum while brushing your teeth. You stare into your reflectionless reflection and start to look neutral. You cling to fragments. The bent spine of a book you used to own. The way Ruth says your name when she thinks no one is listening. A dream about climbing a tree whose bark smelled like cinnamon and sap. These become sacred, tiny altars to your former self. You revisit them often, even when you're not sure they happened. And then there's the folder. Your folder, it follows you everywhere, passed from nurse to doctor to therapist. Each page another brick, another inch shaved off the shape of who you are. You've seen it opened in meetings. Your name circled, underlined, annotated in red. Observations scribbled in shorthand. Patient demonstrates flat effect. Resistant to reserpine protocol. Non-reactive to hydrotherapy. You wonder what it says on the last page. Not yet written, but inevitable. Maybe it's just a box. Discharged, stabilized. Maybe it's longer. Maybe it's a single sentence, bolded and final. Patient did not respond. You start to imagine becoming part of the furniture. Not metaphorically, literally. Maybe they'll forget you're there. You'll become another cot, another clipboard, another echo in the hallway. One day, someone new will lie in your bed, unaware it once contained a person who memorized the flicker pattern of the hallway light and counted 9 steps to the door. You catch your reflection in the metal sink again. The angle is wrong. The lighting is worse than usual. But for a brief second, you don't recognize yourself. Not in the poetic way. Not, I've changed so much. No, you literally don't recognize the face. It looks familiar, sure, like someone from a news clipping. But it isn't you. And the panic that follows doesn't crash. It creeps. Quiet like mould. You splash water on your face. It drips down your chin, across the collar of your gown. You pat dry with paper towel, dab at your eyes. When you look again, the face is yours. But now you're suspicious. You don't trust mirrors anymore. They reflect the surface, sure, but the environment shapes everything below. You return to your cot, you sit, you wait, you breathe, you exist. That's enough for today. You begin to notice the geometry of everything, not because it's beautiful, because it's repetitive, predictable. The floor tiles form a grid of dull grey squares, each one exactly 1 foot across. You know this because you've paced it. You've counted. 67 from the nurse's station to the end of the ward, 42 to the therapy room, 28 from your bed to the door. Counting becomes a comfort, not because it's logical, but because it's indisputable. A rare constant in a place where people vanish between breakfast and lunch. The walls have no artwork, no posters, just rules. Printed, laminated, and mounted with screws deep enough to survive a riot. Keep your voice calm. Report changes in mood. Avoid sudden movements. The signs speak in polite dictatorship. Everything's a suggestion phrased as an order, or an order disguised as a suggestion. You stop reading them after a while. They don't change. You do. The furniture is intentionally bland. Tables with rounded corners. Chairs that weigh more than they look. Made of moulded plastic that can't splinter, burn, or be broken down into sharp edges. You never see anything with hinges, cords, or moving parts. Even the curtains between beds don't quite reach the floor. Privacy is theoretical. Something you're told you have, but only when it's convenient for the people watching. Speaking of people watching, observation windows are everywhere. Frosted half doors. Tiny black domes in ceiling corners that may or may not contain cameras. You learn to treat every reflective surface as a mirror, every vent as a potential speaker. Paranoia isn't a symptom here, it's a survival skill. And ironically, admitting that makes you sound paranoid. It's a trap disguised as safety. A hall of mirrors with no exits. There's a supply closet at the end of the hall. You're not allowed in, but sometimes they forget to close the door all the way. Inside, shelves are stocked with gauze, gloves, soap bottles the colour of antifreeze, and boxes of gloves so perfectly aligned they look ceremonial. In the corner, a mop bucket with peeling stickers and a long-handled sponge that no one seems to use. The mop never moves. Neither does the bucket. It's like they were put there to imply someone is cleaning, even if that someone left years ago. You start seeing faces in the floor. Not literally, although give it time. No, they're patterns. Scuffs that resemble a nose. A discoloration like a scar. A chip in the tile that looks like a smile, or maybe a scream. You begin assigning them names. That one's Martin. That one's Vera. You talk to them sometimes. Not out loud, just in your head. You know better than to speak too freely. Words are ammunition in here. You say the wrong one and suddenly you're escalating. You say too many and you're ruminating. You say nothing and you're withdrawn. The only safe conversation is the one you don't have. Some rooms are off limits, but remain temptingly ajar. A door labelled recreation storage swings slightly in drafts. Inside, you once saw a shelf full of puzzles. Full sets. Not the mangled ones dumped in the day room. These were boxed, sealed, pristine. 1,000 pieces of a landscape you'll never see. You asked a nurse once if patients were allowed to use them. She said no. Too frustrating. You get almost to the end and find a missing piece. That sort of thing sets people off. She said it like she was talking about children, not humans old enough to remember war. The temperature here is never quite right. Always slightly too cold. Never freezing, never warm. The kind of chill that seeps into your skin and stays there like a draft that moved in and started paying rent. You try asking for an extra blanket once. The nurse looks at you like you requested a helicopter. Policy is one per person, she says, folding her arms like a drawbridge. You return to your bed and curl up, trying to become smaller. A thermal tactic, a psychological retreat. Your breath fogs against the pillowcase. You write your name in it with your fingertip. It disappears before you finish. Once a week the fire alarm gets tested. No warning, just a shriek loud enough to rattle your bones, followed by a monotone voice repeating, "This is only a test," like a failed mantra. Lights strobe, people flinch. One patient always screams like clockwork. You don't know her name. You don't have to. You only know her sound. The staff writes it down, predictable startle response, and resets the whole system like it's a vending machine. The alarm ends. You return to whatever motionless task you were pretending to enjoy. The showers are the worst. They smell of mildew and resignation. There's no temperature control, just an on-off button that sprays in 15-second bursts. You press it repeatedly while trying to scrub shampoo from your scalp. The water pressure is somewhere between sneeze and spit. You wonder what would happen if you just stood there until your skin pruned into something alien. Would anyone notice? Would anyone care? The mirror fogs. You wait for it to clear, hoping to see something reassuring in your reflection. You don't. Each patient reacts to the environment differently. Some rebel. They shout, stomp, argue. These are handled quickly, isolated, sedated, written up. Others retreat, curl into corners, fold into silence. They're labelled compliant, even when they're visibly dying inside. And then there's the middle class of madness. Those who pretend well enough to pass, you start joining them, smiling on cue, nodding in group, asking how someone's day is, even when the answer is the same every time. Don't know. Doesn't matter. Food arrives in clattering trays. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, each indistinguishable from the last. Everything soft, everything bland. Chewing is optional, taste is discouraged. You wonder if they cook everything with the same spice rack. Salt, boil, forget. Once you found a bay leaf in your stew. A miracle. You pressed it between napkins like a flower and tucked it into your journal. A week later it was confiscated. Foreign object. They returned the napkins, but not the leaf. There's a plant in the lobby. Plastic, obviously. Dust clings to the undersides of its leaves. You imagine someone cleaning it with a damp rag every few months, gently maintaining the illusion of life. You start waving to it every morning. It becomes a ritual, not for luck, for consistency. Everything else shifts. Staff, weather, diagnosis. But the fake ficus, always there, always stiff, always silent. You envy its reliability. On Wednesdays, music plays through the intercom. A single vinyl record of classical music. Same track list every week. Bach, Mozart, Chopin. It's meant to be calming. Instead it makes everything feel like a funeral. You try not to cry during the adagios. People notice crying. They record it. If it happens more than twice in a week, you get flagged for mood instability. You learn to cry in the bathroom. Or at night, face buried in the pillow, mouth open but silent. There are clocks, but no calendars. You can ask what day it is, but answers vary. Tuesday, I think. Could be Friday. Does it matter? Holidays blur past like fogged up train windows. No decorations, no celebrations, no birthday cakes. Someone once got a card from a sibling. Staff read it first, redacted 2 lines, handed it over without the envelope. You caught a glimpse of the note before it disappeared. It said, "I hope they're treating you like a person." You never found out if they were joking. The light here is always overhead. No lamps, no warm bulbs. Just the sterile glow of fluorescence that hums slightly louder when your thoughts go dark. Sometimes you squint and imagine it's sunlight. It isn't. Sunlight has personality. This light has only function. It exists not to illuminate, but to observe, to expose. There's no escape in shadows. They clean those too. Your dreams start shrinking. Not metaphorically, literally. They become smaller in scope. At first you dream of cities, concerts, oceans, then it's rooms, then hallways, then closets. Eventually you dream about being under your own bed, hiding. You wake up unsure if you're still in the dream. You check your hands, your name tag, your breath. Still here. Once, a tech asked if you'd like to step outside for fresh air. You thought she was joking. She wasn't. There's a small gated courtyard out back. Concrete slab. Chain link fence. 1 dying tree and a bench bolted into the ground. You sat there for 15 minutes, blinking against light so bright it felt hostile. The air smelled of gasoline and damp leaves. You cried, not from joy, from confusion. The sky felt too big. Your body too small. You asked to go back in before the timer ran out. You haven't asked to go again. Inside, things remain constant. The same menu rotation, the same schedule, the same clipboard questions. Staff turnover is frequent, but you don't notice anymore. A new face appears. They read your name off the tag. You nod. They nod. Another name added to the cast list. The performance resumes. You overheard someone say this place used to be a school. That explains the long halls, the cinder block walls, the awkward layout. You try to picture children here. Chalkboards and desks, backpacks lined up near the door. But all you can see are stretchers, restraints, and that smell of plastic gloves. You wonder what happened to the kids. Did they graduate? Or did they grow up and come back wearing new labels? In your journal, aloud but checked weekly, you begin documenting the weather, as seen through the glass. You write it down like scripture. Cloudy. Wind from west. Pigeons on ledge. You start tracking bird patterns, assigning meaning to them. 3 crows, and good luck. 1 seagull, come bad memory day. It's nonsense. It helps. That's enough. Your cot squeaks whenever you shift. A small reminder that motion is still possible. You start shifting more often, just to hear it. A mechanical affirmation. You're not part of the floor yet. Once, during group therapy, someone says out loud, "I think I'm disappearing." The room goes quiet. Not horrified, bored. The facilitator says, "That's a common feeling during adjustment." Then they move on to discussing the sleep chart. You want to scream. You don't. You write the quote down and tape it inside your locker. Later it's gone. You don't ask who took it. You begin a new ritual. Each night before bed, you recite 3 facts about yourself. Your full name, your birth city, the last book you read before being admitted. Some nights you have to pause. The facts don't come easily, but you say them anyway, like lighting candles in a blackout, like proof that you still exist beyond these walls, beyond these linens, beyond the word patient. One day you see yourself in the metal mirror and don't flinch. You look older, not by years, by weight, not fat, heavier with memory. Your eyes have stopped darting. They just observe now. Steady. Quiet. Absorbing without reacting. You're not proud of this, but you're not ashamed either. The environment hasn't broken you. Not fully. It hasn't healed you either. It's just reshaped you. Filed you down. Smoothed your edges until you fit the frame. You still miss colour, smell, sound, spontaneity. But you've found something else. Not peace. Not hope. Something quieter. The knowledge that even in places built to contain, to compress, to erase, some things slip through. A name whispered with care. A leaf pressed into a napkin. A smuggled mirror under a pillow. A ritual of facts. A pattern in the tiles. You breathe. You remain. You persist. And in a world where even the air vents conspire against memory, persistence is the closest thing to rebellion you've got. Night in the Ward isn't a single block of darkness. It's a mosaic stitched together from 30-minute patches of semi-silence that never quite line up. You start blaming the clocks. Their second hands don't sweep. They twitch, jerking forward like they're startled by their own responsibilities. When the hour hand finally shifts, you feel it in your ribs before you see it. An almost imperceptible click in the atmosphere, as though time passes by, rearranging the molecules of stale hospital air. Eventually you chart these clicks. Midnight, the vents exhale colder, carrying a smell like old pennies. 1 a.m, hallway lights dim exactly 6%, enough to make shadows pool under door frames. 2 a.m, the plumbing produces a single metallic bang from somewhere above, the building coughing in its sleep. 3, a supply cart rattles by. You don't hear wheels, only the soft clash of metal clips as it turns the corner. 4, distant laughter, short and sharp, like a cork popping in the dark. 5, the vents shift back to neutral, prepping the ward for the fluorescent sunrise. Your own sleep fits between those clicks. You dive under, resurface, gasp. You never finish a dream. Images break mid-sentence. Your childhood bike freezes on a suburban sidewalk. Your mother's lips part to say something, but no sound emerges. A movie screen goes white before the twist ending. Every aborted dream leaves your pulse thudding, but the machines taped to the walls don't register that kind of panic, so it isn't treated. Seasons change outside, allegedly. The courtyard tree is your only gauge. You watch it through the safety glass. In spring, its buds look like tiny fists. By summer, leaves expand, but never quite thrive. Prison foliage, stunted by wind, funneled through brick. Autumn arrives with an overnight shrug. One morning, half the leaves lie scattered on concrete like confetti from a party no one attended. Winter reduces the tree to raw architecture, bark flaking, twigs stabbing the sky, a silhouette of endurance. You envy its visible cycle. Your own seasons are internal and unacknowledged, the thaw of hope, the scorch of agitation, the slow freeze of what else you got. Polluted city light hides most stars, but you know their positions anyway. You draw the constellations on your sheet with a finger each night, an invisible map of would-be skies. Orion goes above the radiator. Cassiopeia arcs over your pillow. The Big Dipper pours directly into your throat when you yawn. Some orderly once asked why your sheets looked rumpled in the morning. You wanted to say, because I was rearranging the cosmos. Instead you shrugged. Shrugging is unsuspicious, sir. Weather filters in by rumour. Techs mention rainstorms while disinfecting thermometers. You catch whiffs of petrichor baking off their jackets. Evidence the world still has soil and water meeting in unsterile ways. Once, a thunderclap sneaks through the ceiling. The sound detonates in your chest, raw, primal, uncurated. A patient screams. Another claps. You sit perfectly still, tears surprised out of you, because thunder remembers what the ward wants you to forget. That chaos can be beautiful, and that sound doesn't need permission to exist. Most of the building's windows face a brick wall 4 feet away, an architectural self-hug. But the day room has one slice of horizon. The glass is ribbed vertical, distorting the view into aquatic shimmer. The outside looks as though it's drowning slowly. You press your forehead to that ribbed pane whenever the staff's backs are turned, stealing a ripple of sky. It's usually dull blue or smog grey, but once, just once, it's coral pink. Evening light slipping under cloud cover. The colour stains your memory, luminous as blood under a microscope. You vow to name a pet that shade if you ever own anything again. Inside, colours remain rationed. The medication cart is the lone exception. Tiny rainbow capsules rolling in plastic cups like contraband Skittles. You memorise shades and shapes. Pale green rounders for nausea. Sunset orange oblongs for stability. A violet hexagon rumoured to erase nightmares. You're never given the violet. You imagine it tastes like forgiveness. The corridors host their own ecosystem. Subspecies of rust and polish coexisting on door hinges. A faint musk of shoe rubber mingling with citrus cleaner. Every 4 feet, a floor seam collects grey fuzz. Orderlies sweep nightly, but the fuzz reincarnates by dawn, proof that entropy outworks overtime pay. Ceiling tiles harbour constellations of water stain. One resembles a rabbit mid-scream, another a country no atlas owns. You try to ignore them, fail, start cataloguing. Now each stain has a capital city, a flag, a national bird. Administration for your imaginary countries happens during group therapy. To outward eyes you're doodling, but really you're negotiating trade between Stainistan and the United Spots of Ceiling. Smells mark territories. Near the kitchen hatch, cabbage steams eternally. By hydrotherapy, bleach fights mildew in never-ending stalemate. In ECT recovery, ozone and damp hair fuse into a scent you can't shake for hours. The hallway outside isolation reeks of stale breath and fear sweat so concentrated it could be weaponized. You learn to time your walks, inhaling shallow as you pass each zone, exhaling only when neutral ground resumes. Your lungs become diplomats, your nose a Geiger counter for distress. The most treacherous space is the quiet room, what staff call low stimulus. Padded walls, dim light, nothing sharp. They send over-agitated patients there, and sometimes the over-silent ones too. 15 minutes seated on the floor, alone with your pulse amplified against foam, can either ground you or peel back your skull. You've been inside twice. The echo of your own breathing ricocheted until it sounded like someone else's. When the door reopened, you stepped out grinning just to prove the room hadn't eaten you. They wrote appropriate effect restored. Someone asks one afternoon why the clocks don't tick. They hum. A nurse answers that ticking unsettles people. That night you dream of a grandfather clock, taller than the ward, pendulum swinging through walls, smashing every silent corner. You wake smiling. Dreams of destruction are better than dreams of nothing. There's a rumour the upper floors are closed off. Too old, asbestos in the walls. Sometimes at shift, change. You see an elevator open and a second set of doors, chained shut. Above them, a brass plate reading Ward D. No one talks about Ward D. You imagine it frozen in time. Patient files open on desks, beds still warm, lights eternally flickering. Ghost ward. You fantasize sneaking up there, rummaging through abandoned charts, finding your own handwriting dated decades before you were born. Books remain your sanctioned escape route. The library closet adds a new one every month. Donations from volunteers who never visit. Recently, The Little Prince. You devour it in one sitting, grateful for a desert, a pilot, a talking fox. At the line, "What is essential is invisible to the eye," you laugh too loud. Essential, invisible. You scribble the quote inside your journal margin. A week later, the librarian who doubles as a nurse underlines it in red and writes, "Reflect on this in session." You decide reflection is overrated. Sound inside your skull grows louder than external noise. Heartbeat, yes, but also electrical murmurs. Call and response between neuron and synapse. Some nights it layers into music, distant drums, a cello sigh, a single out-of-tune piano note repeating. You worry it's auditory hallucination, then decide it's interior resistance. Your brain jamming the frequency, refusing to be silent. Occasionally the PA system malfunctions, broadcasting the maintenance channel. Coded chatter about boilers, valves, pressure drops. You'd think it boring, but hearing staff speak in practical certainty, turn this knob, fix that leak, makes you ache. Problems with solutions. Pipes obeying wrenches. You close your eyes and pretend someone will tighten the bolt on your misery, twist until nothing drips. Lights out remains ritual. First call at 21:30, second at 22. Orderlies simulate dusk by dim a switch. Actual darkness never arrives. You sleep under twilight meant for lizards. Insomnia robs you of REM, but you steal micro-sleeps during morning lectures. 30-second blackouts you disguise as thoughtful blinks. In those flashes you relive ordinary crimes, grocery shopping, missing a bus, washing dishes. Mundane loops more precious than epiphanies. Personal items are few. A comb with dull teeth. A pair of foam earplugs. The contraband mirror under mattress. Your journal, though pages are vanishing, staff tears out entries they deem perseverative. You begin writing between lines, microprint invisible to casual glance. It feels subversive, like etching prayers on prison walls. Sometimes Ruth leans on your doorframe during rounds, murmurs a single sentence of worldly trivia. There's a lunar eclipse tonight, or Big Feet. There is no job title here, but you work every day. Not with your hands, though they will tremble. Not with your back, though it will ache. You work with your face, your posture, your compliance. You work to remain unremarkable. The labour of staying inside the lines is constant, invisible, and profoundly exhausting. You start every day clocking in with your eyes. If you open them too quickly when lights flicker on, you're agitated. Too slowly and you're depressed. Blink just once. Lie still for 3 seconds. Breathe evenly. They might not write that down. That's a good day. That's labour success. Then comes posture calibration. Sit up. Don't bolt upright. That's anxious. Don't slump. That's hopeless. Don't cover your face. Don't scratch your neck. Don't rock. Do not rock. Rocking means you want to disappear. And that means more meds. Settle into neutral. Neutral is survival. Grooming is a performance art. The comb they gave you has 5 teeth left. You still use it like it matters. You run it over your hair, forward, back, settle the line, and pretend it helps. They like that. Grooming equals functionality. Use the water fountain to dampen your hands and flatten cowlicks. Splash your face if you have to look alert. That part matters most, looking alert. You can be dead inside as long as your eyelids stay open. You arrive in the day room before breakfast and it begins, your real job, participation. Your presence is mandatory, so is your attitude. They don't say it out loud, but you feel it. You must appear present without being difficult, responsive without being emotional, aware but not too clever. Don't ask too many questions, but don't go mute. That's a red flag too. Breakfast trays slide out the kitchen pass like rationed currency. You take yours with a nod. That's a transaction. Nodding affirms receipt. Refusing food means trouble. No appetite? Depression. Ask for more? Compensatory behaviour. Eat just enough. Not too fast. Not too slow. Chew like you mean it. Digest like you don't care. Then there's the great daily gauntlet, group therapy. Work disguised as sharing. Everyone circles up in the chairs that dig into your back like punishment. Dr. Lewiston, today's officiant, opened with a prompt. Something easy. Name one emotion you felt this morning. It's a trap. Say fear, and you'll be flagged for instability. Say joy, and eyebrows rise. Mania. You try neutral again. Tired. It's always safe. It earns a nod. Tired is everyone's default. Tired says you're in the system, but not trying to manipulate it. You lean just far enough forward to show engagement. Not too much. You're not desperate. Next, worksheets. You're asked to chart your thoughts. Assign them categories. Black and white thinking. Catastrophizing. You don't say it out loud, but the real distortion is thinking any of this is healing. Still you write. Thought. Today I feel like I am wallpaper. Distortion. Mind reading. Correction. I am not wallpaper. I am human. You smile as you underline human. Ruth, sitting nearby, catches your eye and gives the smallest nod. You think she knows it's a joke, or maybe she knows it's not. Occupational therapy is your next shift. A parade of repetitive motions disguised as productivity. Bead stringing, sandpaper sculptures, leather wallets again. The idea is fine motor control, grounding, task completion. But the truth? It's busy work. Corporate exile for the mind. You could draw a straight line with your fingernail on the table, and it would mean more. But you tie knots. You loop string. You make sure your hands don't shake. Not too much. There's pride here, weirdly. In your peers. One man counts stitches with the precision of a surgeon. A woman with tremors still manages to thread every needle first try. These are people who've been chewed by silence and still bother to braid yarn. You wonder if they know they're resisting. You wonder if you are, too. Someone cries mid-session. A low, breathy sob. Almost polite. Staff moves in immediately. 2 people. Calm voices. Clipboard in hand. They lead her out gently, whispering words like privacy and support. You know better. She'll be assessed, monitored, possibly restrained. Crying is allowed only in therapy and only in moderation. Any other time, it's an incident. You resume your project. 2 beads roll off the table, disappear. You don't retrieve them. Losing things is part of the dance. You imagine the floor beneath you scattered with invisible pearls from every breakdown that went undocumented. Lunch. The tray comes cold again. Meatloaf-shaped something. Mashed maybe potatoes. Beige gravy. You eat what you can. You trade your roll for Thomas's yogurt. His hands shake more today. You ask if he's all right. He says, "My hands forget sometimes." You don't respond. You can't think of anything the staff wouldn't flag. Medication line. Arguably the hardest job of all, swallowing. You step up, pill cup in one hand, water cup in the other. You don't know what's in the cup. You don't ask. That's rule 1. Questions mean resistance. The nurse says your name with a smile she's worn 1,000 times. You smile back. It's choreography now. The cup holds 3 pills today. You know their shapes. The blue one turns your stomach. The white one flattens your dreams. The small pink one makes you feel nothing at all. Which, apparently, is the goal. You take them. You open your mouth for inspection. She checks under your tongue. You pass. Some patients cheat their meds, spit them out later. They get caught. Mouth searches. Room searches. Warnings. You tried once. The taste lingered under your tongue like rust and regret. Never again. Afternoon, rec time. You're told you can read or draw or play a game. What this means: sit in the day room without screaming. That's your job now. No one says it, but that's the bar. You leaf through a magazine from last year. Ads for products you no longer need. Sunscreen. Travel. Lingerie. You stare at the photos, not the text. They look alien. Smiling faces. Relaxed shoulders. People with plans. You touch the edge of one page. Feel the slick print. That's the most sensation you'll get all day. The room gets loud when the chess players argue. Always the same game. Always the same debate over a missing pawn. One says it's sabotage. One says it's fate. The orderly separates them with the same tired speech. This is therapeutic recreation, gentlemen. As if the volume of the word therapeutic adds legitimacy. You watch a dust mote float in front of the overhead light. You follow it with your eyes until it disappears behind a wall vent. You imagine its journey into the ducts, through the building, over the nurses' lounge, past Ward D. You imagine it escaping out the roof, riding wind toward the parking lot. You are envious of a dust particle. Evening, wrap-up groups. The therapists circle back like clock hands. Another check-in. Another mood scale. 0 to 10. How are you feeling? You say 5. 5 is safe. 5 is functional. 5 is meaningless. They nod and write it down. Someone says 3 and is asked to stay behind after group. They'll get an extra assessment, maybe a change in meds, maybe seclusion. You note that 3 is too honest. You decide to never be 3. There's always a journal prompt. Today's. What gives your life meaning? You stare at your paper. You write, breath in, breath out. Then scratch it out and write, remembering my middle name. Then scratch that out too and write nothing. The nurse checks your blank page and smiles anyway. The appearance of trying counts. This is labour. Effort performed under surveillance. Work that won't earn money or accolades, only quiet. Dinner. A blur. Same trays, same portions. One man collapses in the line. Low blood pressure. They wheel him out while someone cracks a joke about calorie control. You laugh. It's the kind of laugh that gets you labelled well-adjusted. You file that away. After dinner, evening meds. Fewer pills now. The sleep-inducing ones, the silencing ones. You don't resist. You can't. You go to bed before lights out because your brain is already shutting down. The mattress doesn't welcome you. It accepts you. That's enough. You lie still. Muscles hum with fatigue. Not from action, from constant restraint. You've spent 12 hours performing normalcy under threat of intervention. You're an actor in a role you never auditioned for. You're doing well, they say. You're progressing. That means you're quieter, less symptomatic. It means your labour is going unnoticed, which is its own reward. Tomorrow you'll do it again. Clock in with your eyes. Calibrate your posture. Eat enough. Speak just enough. Comply. Endure. This is your job now. You don't get weekends. You don't get sick days. But you do get closer to something they call release. Release into what? You don't ask. You already know. Another version of the same performance, but without a bed check. The word labour usually conjures up tools. assembly lines, calluses, sweat. But here, labour isn't about output. It's about containment. You are working constantly to appear less broken than you are. You are working to be tolerable. And tolerable in this place is the highest form of success. Every hour has a task, even if that task is endurance. Waiting is its own job. Waiting for roll call. Waiting for meds. Waiting for therapy. Waiting for nothing to happen. You get good at it. Better than good. You become a specialist in waiting. You learn how to breathe evenly. How to look aimlessly but not blankly. How to nod when someone says something mundane and respond with which means I heard you but I won't be quoting this in my chart. There is no paycheck. The reward is reduction. Fewer pills, fewer restrictions, fewer notes in your file. If you play the role well enough, they begin erasing parts of your burden. Not the internal kind, the documented kind. The burden that follows you between wards, between years, between versions of yourself. The file gets lighter, even if you don't. Each hallway walk is a choreographed ritual. Step out of your room. Look both ways. Walk calmly. No sudden movements. If your gait changes too abruptly, they'll ask if you're experiencing dissociation. If you walk too slow, it's depression. Too fast? Agitation. There's a zone of movement considered normal here, and it's about 4 inches wide. You learn to fit within it. You pass Ruth in the corridor, pushing a cart of magazines no one reads. You give her the nod, the staff nod. The one that says, I'm compliant, I'm here, I'm aware. She returns it with a flicker of eye contact, just long enough to confirm that you're still on the right side of invisible. Daily work includes brushing your teeth, but not just brushing correctly. Circular motion, not rushed, not aggressive. A nurse watches through the crack in the open door. You rinse, you spit, you smile, just a little. They mark compliant with hygiene. If you miss a day, it's decline in self-care. You never miss a day. Even when your gums bleed, especially then. You overheard once that a patient who flossed too often was flagged as obsessive. So you floss only on Wednesdays. That's the secret. Appear functional, not committed. Caring too much is suspicious. Apathy is too. So you live in the purgatory of okay. It's harder than it sounds. They assign you a job, real labour they call it, table wiper. After meals you're handed a damp cloth and told to sanitise the plastic tables in the day room. They give you gloves, powder blue, powdery inside. You do the task methodically, left to right, top to bottom. Not too fast, or it looks like avoidance. Not too slow, or it's compulsion. Just enough speed to say, I am present, I am cooperative. I believe in disinfectant. This job comes with perks. They call it occupational enrichment. You call it something to do that won't end in an evaluation. For 10 minutes, you are simply someone cleaning a surface. You treasure the simplicity. You start noticing the patterns of crumbs, how they cluster near corners, how peanut butter leaves a film that requires more pressure. You become excellent at wiping tables. You find pride in the pressure of your wrist. This might be your first promotion in years. Some days the routine is shattered by the code grey. That's what they call it when someone acts out. Not violently, not even loudly. Just enough to trigger intervention. A cry, a scream, a thrown shoe. The announcement blares over the PA, and within seconds, staff rushes in. You don't see the struggle, only the aftermath. A gurney, a blanket, a face turned away. Everyone goes still for a few minutes, like workers halting at the sound of a factory siren. Then it resumes. The labour never stops. You wonder if that patient earned freedom through rebellion or just bought themselves another stay. Hydrotherapy is work. The tub is warm but not comforting. You're told to soak and relax, but you're watched through a small window in the door. 2 straps hold you in. Not tight, but symbolic. You're not trusted even in water. You stare at the ceiling. The tiles here are clean. You wonder why. Maybe fewer people look up. You decide to start. In the tub, you imagine working somewhere real, stocking shelves, taking orders, filing reports. It all seems so pure now, so direct. You picture a cash register and nearly cry. When you emerge from the bath, you're towel dried by a nurse wearing gloves. Not because you're contagious, but because touch, like everything else here, must be controlled. Chores continue. Sweeping, folding gowns, sharpening dull crayons for group. These are jobs that have no real need, but they let you simulate structure. Some patients refuse. They disappear for a while. You take their place. You fold extra. Not out of pride, out of calculation. Extra effort shows initiative, but not too much. Never appear like you're enjoying it. Smiles are suspicious. The real work. Pretending not to notice the surveillance. The cameras you assume are fake, but can't confirm. The unblinking eye of staff at desk corners. The clipboard notes scribbled mid-conversation. You become fluent in subtext. A nod from the psychiatrist means I'm watching your eye contact. A pause in the nurse's voice means don't say that again. You learn to interpret silences like Morse code. There's a therapy group called Express Yourself. You're given paper and coloured pencils. You draw a door with a handle. The therapist asks, "What's behind the door?" You say, "Outside." She nods. "And what do you think is waiting for you outside?" You think for a moment. Then say, "Another door." She frowns slightly, scribbles a note. You realise you've answered wrong. There are always wrong answers in therapy, even when they say there aren't. Another part of your daily labour, existing among other patients, not bumping them, not responding when they shout, not staring when they pace or scream or recite scripture under breath. You become an expert in presence without engagement. Peripheral compassion. The kind that keeps you safe. One man recites the names of kitchen spices every morning, in alphabetical order. Basil, bay leaf, cardamom, cinnamon, dill. You time your cereal spoon to the cadence of his list. It's grounding. It's predictable. Then one morning he stops at nutmeg. You feel a hole open in your chest. You carry it all day, that unspoken oregano. Art therapy is scheduled again. Today's prompt is draw your safe place. You draw a bus seat, the kind near the back, over the wheel arch, where you used to ride after your old job. You colour the plastic blue, the window rain streaked. The therapist doesn't ask questions. She just writes, "Patient chose public transportation as refuge." You want to explain, but you don't. Explaining too much is also dangerous. Laundry. You fold your gowns with military precision, not because you want to, but because someone will notice. Someone always does. Patient folded garments with care. That one ended up on your report once. They called it a good sign. You weren't trying to send a sign. You just wanted something neat in a place full of mess. By now you've memorised every voice in the building. You can tell which orderly is coming by the rhythm of the keys. You can identify who's about to enter the room by their shadow under the door. You react to these things like an employee hearing the supervisor's heels in the hallway. Instinctive, immediate. You smooth your hair, adjust your collar, put on your good face. It's not that anyone is cruel, that's what makes the labour harder. Everyone is nice. Professional, clinical, even warm, they smile. They ask how you're doing. They listen. And yet the listening comes with a clipboard. The smile with a pill. The warmth with surveillance. That contradiction, that's your real shift. The labour of pretending the comfort isn't conditional. The ward hums like a factory in slow motion. No gears, just people, moving in predetermined loops. You wonder if the building was designed to make you tired. The colours, the lighting, the chairs, all just uncomfortable enough to wear you down without causing complaints. You call it manufactured fatigue. You bring it up once in therapy. They ask you to unpack what that means. You pretend not to know. Bodywork is part of the shift too. You are told to listen to your body, but when you do, it says, get out. It says this place is wrong, so you stop listening. Instead, you count. 100 steps from your room to the cafeteria. 15 seconds to swallow a pill. 3 slow exhales to pass a panic wave. You become a machine built of breath and motion, calibrated, contained. You're asked to participate in a coping skills seminar. It's a slideshow about stress. They use stick figures. They say things like, label the feeling. You don't laugh. You write anxious in the box and nod. But in your head the real word is smothered, or vacuumed, or folded inward. Every once in a while, a therapist says something that cuts through the routine. Something strange, something true. One says, progress isn't linear. You think about that all day. You think about spirals, staircases, slinkies. You draw them in your journal. You want to believe it. But the system only rewards upward motion. They say it's okay to fall, but every fall adds a note to your chart. You hear laughter in the hallway. Not the bad kind. Not the manic edge. Real, unguarded belly laughter. It stops you in your tracks. You lean against the wall, eyes closed, absorbing it like a vitamin you've been deprived of for years. For 1 minute you remember what joy sounded like, unobserved. No one got written up, no incident, just laughter, pure and pointless. Dinner that night tastes better. Not because the food changed, because you did. Because for 5 seconds that afternoon, the labour lightened. That's the part no one tells you. Relief, here, is labour too. You have to earn it. Notice it. Carry it carefully. Don't flaunt it. Don't let them see you smiling too long after curfew. Before bed, you're allowed to write 1 page in your journal. You use the back cover. Write it upside down. Small script. A list. My name is still mine. I am still left-handed. I can fold paper into birds. I remember the shape of keys. I know what clouds smell like after heat. I am not wallpaper. I am not wallpaper. I am not. You tuck the journal under your pillow, the lights dim. You lie in bed and listen to your heartbeat. That's the last job of the day. Listening to your own rhythm and praying it still sounds human. By now the rhythm of survival feels like music you don't even hear anymore. A background song you mouth the words to out of habit. Wake, swallow, nod, walk, smile, not too much, sleep, repeat. A human loop disguised as progress. Even dreams join the system. The few you're allowed to remember feel like committee-approved visions. Safe, shapeless. You dream of paper clips, of paint drying, of elevators with no buttons. Dreams that ask nothing. Dreams that forget you even before you wake. The labour continues in smaller, finer forms. You begin working inside your own thoughts, filing away emotions before they appear, pre-sorting reactions into acceptable and not, anticipating how every twitch, glance or phrase will be interpreted. You become your own evaluator. Self-management becomes second nature. It's exhausting to be your own parole officer. You stop telling jokes. Humour is dangerous. It draws attention. And once they're paying attention, the performance can only fall short. Even sarcasm can be interpreted as hostility. So you trade your wit for silence. A little piece of yourself filed under non-compliant and then thrown away for safety. Each morning begins with an inspection. Not of your room, of you. Unofficial, performed by everyone. Are your hands shaking? Is your eye contact appropriate? Are you answering questions with complete affect? These are the real questions behind every "how are you today?" They aren't asking how you are. They're asking if you're a threat, a liability, a delay in the smooth machinery of scheduled healing. You pass, you always pass. That's what makes it so tiring. No one can fail more impressively than someone succeeding under duress. There's a nurse named Janine who always offers you a tissue even when you haven't cried. "Just in case," she says, setting it on the table between you. It's polite. It's preparation. It's also a reminder. Feelings are expected to arrive on cue. Any feeling off script is disorder. Every emotion is a calculation now. Will this get me flagged? So you say you're tired. Tired is non-threatening. Tired is normal. Tired is the national anthem of the institution. During morning CBT group, the counsellor talks about distorted thinking. You write down all the cognitive traps: personalisation, catastrophizing, mind reading, black and white thoughts. You add a new one in the corner of the paper: institutional erosion. No one notices. You draw a box around it, fill the box with hatch marks, count them, 58. One for every day you've been here. There's a whiteboard in the hall where staff write inspirational quotes. Today is a new beginning. You are not your diagnosis. Progress takes courage. They change the message every week. You watch the dry erase marker move like a prayer flag, but some days the board stays blank. The marker dried out, the quote forgotten, and no one notices. Those are your favourite days, the silent ones, the ones where they forget to pretend. You volunteer to refill the water cooler cups. It's a nothing task, but it's yours. You count each plastic cone as it stacks. 30. 30 cups means 30 chances for someone to hydrate instead of scream. You know it's meaningless, but you do it anyway, because even tiny labour has gravity here. The vending machine by the staff lounge broke months ago. Still it hums, still it glows. A ghost of convenience through bulletproof glass. One Snickers bar slowly decays in row C4, sagging like a lost promise. You stare at it sometimes. You don't want to eat it. You just want to remember what it was like to choose something sweet and pay for it, with coins instead of compliance. Sometimes, in the therapy room, they play soft instrumental music. Pan flutes, wind chimes, harmless noise. You start assigning tasks to the sounds. A low note means breathe. A high one means relax your shoulders. You create a whole language of obedience. You follow it religiously, not because it works, because it gives shape to the shapeless. A peer in your ward pool folds napkins into boats. Perfect triangles. Smooth lines. He places them on his tray at lunch like a personal ritual. One day a staff member clears his tray before he's done. He doesn't speak, just stares. The next day, he doesn't make the boats. Something has broken quietly. The labour required to pretend that act wasn't important. It was too much. That's the thing here. The smallest disruptions cost the most energy. You're assigned a reflection sheet for an incident you didn't witness. a conflict in the hallway you weren't part of. But you were near it. That's enough. They want your perspective. You write, I heard raised voices. I looked away. I returned to my task. It's exactly what they want. You hand it in. They thank you. You feel nothing. Later, you write the truth on toilet paper with a golf pencil. I wanted to scream, but screaming belongs to someone else now. You flush it. Not because you're scared they'll read it, but because there's nowhere safe to keep it. You've become a filing cabinet with no drawers. One morning, you find a hairline crack in the mirror above the sink. Not big, just a sliver. You press your thumb to it and feel a thrill. Something has changed. Something broke. Something that wasn't you. You don't report it. Within a day, it's replaced. A fresh mirror, fogless, soulless. You miss the crack. It had personality. Once a month, they weigh you. It's called a wellness check. You step onto the scale. You don't ask the number. They don't tell you. They write it down. They compare it to the last number. They look for changes. You try to stay exactly the same. Not because you care about weight, but because every fluctuation means scrutiny. You walk past the staff room and hear laughter. The real kind, not therapeutic. You stop, pretend to tie your shoe. You listen. They're joking about something normal. Weekend plans. Someone's terrible haircut. A dog that won't stop stealing socks. You feel like a foreigner overhearing a homeland you left behind. The language is familiar, but your passport's expired. They introduce a new therapist. Young. Fresh eyes. Bright smile. She says things like, let's reframe that. She uses diagrams. She talks about neural pathways like highways. You try to stay engaged, but her optimism is heavy, like sandbags on your chest. You start to drift mid-session, not out of boredom, out of fatigue. Holding up your half of the performance is heavier now. You have your monthly review. A psychiatrist, a nurse, a social worker. They all sit in front of you. A small panel, they ask, how are you adjusting? You say, I think I'm adapting well. They nod, they write, they say, do you feel ready for the next step? You say, I believe I'm making progress. More nodding. You have no idea what the next step is. Neither do they. It doesn't matter. The words are currency. You spent them wisely. Someone gets discharged. You hear their name called over the intercom. They pack their things in a plastic bag and walk out the doors like it's nothing. But you watch them. You watch the way their feet hesitate at the threshold. The way they look back, just once, at the room where they weren't free but weren't alone either. That look stays with you. The look of someone who's been cured on paper, but not in the bones. Later you go back to the day room. The chair they sat in feels different now. You sit in it. Try to feel what they felt? You don't. You move on. Every so often you receive mail, a postcard, a note, a government form, all pre-screened. If there's handwriting, it's from someone you don't quite remember. If there's a stamp, you peel it off and save it. Not because it's useful, but because it travelled, it moved. It crossed borders, passed through hands, dodged chaos. It arrived, just like you did. You build new rituals, counting the ridges on the hallway walls, timing your breaths to the flicker of exit signs, measuring light angles through the barred windows. This is math for survival. This is geometry for ghosts. This is the physics of patience. Sometimes a new patient arrives. They scream the first night. You lie still and listen. Not in judgment, not in fear. In memory, you remember being them. The shriek of confusion. The wail of reality rearranging itself. The sound of someone learning the rules the hard way. You never scream now. That job is taken. One morning, you find a dead moth on your pillow. Wings perfect, dust intact. You cup it in your hands like a sacrament. You hide it in your drawer, under folded socks. You name it perseverance. You talk to it sometimes. Not because you think it's magic, but because it doesn't take notes. You're asked to fill out a goals worksheet. You write, eat all my meals. Say something honest once a day. Remember a song without crying. The therapist underlines the last one. That's brave, she says. You nod. You don't tell her which song. Some things have to remain yours. Time blurs. The ward becomes seasonless. You stop marking days. You start marking patterns. When the soap scent changes. When the floor wax shifts tone. When a staff member wears a new pair of shoes. These are your calendar now. The labour of noticing becomes your rebellion. They want you sedated. You choose alert. One night, someone steals a spoon. They search every room. Your drawer is turned upside down. You stay calm. You know you didn't take it, but the process is the punishment. The implication is the injury. You want to scream, I'm not the spoon, but you don't. You write it in your journal instead. Later, you'll tear that page out and flush it, just like the others. Eventually, they start talking about discharge. Not with excitement, with paperwork. You nod. You agree. You prepare. They ask, do you feel ready? You say, yes. They say, you've come a long way. You smile. Inside you want to laugh. Because you didn't come a long way. You walked in circles. You stayed still while the world rotated. You didn't get better. You got quieter. But that's the job. That's the work. Silence over struggle. Numbness over noise. You learn to meet the metrics. And in this place, that's what counts. Not joy, not peace, compliance. The real labour isn't healing, it's being deemed ready. And you are. Or at least, you're good at pretending. And pretending, after all this time, is a kind of strength. The light dims, the hallway quiets, the clipboard closes, you breathe. Not because you're free, but because the shift is over. Until tomorrow. No one tells you there's a caste system when you arrive. They smile. They hand you slippers. They tell you to rest. But soon you begin to feel it, like gravity shifting beneath your feet. The weight of watching, of being watched, of knowing you are now at the bottom of a structure too polite to call itself a ladder. There are no crowns, no uniforms. But you see the signs. First, it's the patients. At the top, the model recovering patient Tem smiles easily. Volunteers for extra duties, speaks in therapeutic phrases. I'm processing that. I'm sitting with the discomfort. I feel really seen. Yeah, but these are the favourites. Their charts have stickers, literal stickers. Green for consistent progress, blue for peer support, gold stars for good attitude. These patients are escorted by therapists who walk beside them, not in front. They get longer walks on the patio, better socks, second helpings of pudding. You try not to envy them, but you do, because beneath them is everyone else. The rest of you, floating somewhere in the grey murk of trying but complicated. You nod when you're supposed to. You journal when asked. You say, I don't know, instead of screaming. You get nods from the staff. But you're not a star. You're a paperweight, steady, unremarkable, invisible unless you shift too far in one direction. And then there are the problematic cases. Patients whose very presence causes charting. The ones who pace all night, who shout at lights, who speak in metaphors too vivid to ignore. They are watched, they are medicated first, asked questions later. Their doors are always ajar, their shoes are always soft-soled. If they are quiet, someone checks. If they are loud, someone arrives. They are not treated, they are contained. You share space with them. You speak softly around them. Not because you fear them, but because you've learned proximity is dangerous. Sit too close, and you inherit their energy. Sit too far, and it looks like avoidance. There is no safe distance. You choose the chair that creaks the least, and pray it doesn't matter. Then come the staff. At the top, the psychiatrists. They appear briefly like comets. Their coats white, their voices slow and deliberate. You meet them once a week for 9 minutes. They nod while you speak, then adjust your medication. They call this collaboration. You nod back. That's your role, obedient orbit. They do not ask how the pills feel. They ask if they're working. That is not the same thing. Next, the psychologists. Slightly less starched, they quote studies. They hand you laminated diagrams. They offer metaphors like umbrellas in a storm. Flimsy, bright, doomed. You hold on to them anyway, because it's that or drown. They mean well. That's the hardest part. It's harder to resist someone who's genuinely trying. Then, the nurses. They run the blood draws, the med carts, the nightly checks. They see everything and say nothing. They wear their compassion like armour. Creased, clean, professional. You learn their schedules, their moods, their silences. You learn that Nurse Amelia taps her pen when annoyed. That Nurse J hums when worried. That Nurse Klein doesn't blink enough. Each tells you more than their charts ever could. Then, the orderlies. The silent hands. The fast movers. They operate like shadows, appearing just before things escalate. They are the enforcers, but not the villains. You watch one tie a patient's gown with gentleness that makes your throat hurt. You watch another press a shoulder so lightly, so precisely, that a panic attack collapses into a sigh. They are not therapists. They are not healers. They are containment wrapped in humanity, and they wear that contradiction like a uniform you can't see. Below all that is you, not just you, everyone here. The lowest rung isn't about behaviour, it's about control. You are here because someone decided you no longer deserved full agency. That's the foundation of the system. It doesn't matter why you're here. Only that you've been labelled manageable. You have become a logistical puzzle. A body to house. A mind to moderate. A variable to smooth out. That's the real humiliation. Not the gowns. Not the loss of shoelaces. Not the public meds or shared bathrooms. It's the realisation that you now exist to be made easier for others. This is where the power lies. In things so subtle they go unmentioned. The plastic cups you drink from. The fact that knives are a memory. That your mail is opened. That your phone calls are scheduled and monitored. That your access to the outdoors is not a right, but a reward. That your name is now written in pencil on a dry erase board. You sit in group therapy and someone says, "I don't feel like a person here." And no one disagrees. The therapist nods, says, "Let's explore that." But what's left to explore? The feeling is obvious. You are not a person. You are a record, a behaviour, a category. One morning they hold a community meeting. A whiteboard is wheeled in. A staff member writes, "Respect." Then she asks, "What does respect look like in our ward?" The answers come slowly. Listening. Eye contact. Taking turns. You stay quiet. You want to say respect would be letting me close the bathroom door all the way, but that would be confrontational. So you fold your hands, you nod, you smile when called on. You say respect means feeling heard. Everyone agrees. Another checkbox ticked. Progress. Later, you write the truth in your hidden page. Respect means I'm not constantly being interpreted. Respect means I can cry without someone writing it down. Respect means I am allowed to dislike this place and still be taken seriously. You tear the page out, chew it, swallow. The taste is bitter, but it's yours. The next layer of hierarchy is less official. It's the unspoken rankings among patients. Who has been here longest? Who gets visits? Who shares snacks? Who talks too much? Who talks too little? Who showers daily? Who doesn't? It's not cruelty, it's instinct. Even among the discarded, we create ladders. Even in a burning building, we look for the higher floor. You find yourself tracking it unconsciously. You find yourself adjusting to it. You learn who to avoid and who to align with. Not for safety, for quiet, for ease, for routine. There's a woman named Carla who tells you she used to be a teacher. Her voice is calm. Her hands never shake, but she talks too much. And it's not the words, it's the timing. She interrupts group. She answers questions that weren't hers. You watch her fall down the ladder. Staff patience thins. Peer smiles shrink. Her progress slows. You start giving shorter answers. You start leaning back instead of forward. You start surviving better. That's the hidden lesson. Humiliation doesn't always come from scolding. Sometimes it comes from watching someone else break the rules and seeing what happens to them. You don't get corrected, you get reminded. At meals, you sit in silence now. Not because you're muted, because you've learned the labour of dignity is mostly done through subtraction. You take up less space, you ask fewer questions, you chew slowly, you wipe your tray, you do not complain about the food, the light, the smell. You become an expert in not reacting. That is the highest tier in this system, invisibility that passes for cooperation. Humiliation becomes a language here, a dialect spoken through eye contact, room assignments, door latches. You start to recognise the syntax. How being moved to a closer bed means they don't trust you. How being walked instead of wheeled means someone thinks you're recovering. How a nurse folding your laundry is either kindness or warning. You can't tell which. One night, a staff member mispronounces your name. Not by accident, by decision. A shortening. A simplification. You correct them. They laugh gently. It's easier this way. You don't argue, but you write it in your journal. Easier for who? And below that, my name fits me. Stop resizing me to fit your clipboard. The worst kind of humiliation here isn't loud. It's institutional. It's invisible. It's routine. Like having to earn lotion. Like having to sign for shampoo. Like being told when you can sit on the patio. Based on behaviour. Like being asked to rate your happiness on a scale of 1 to 10 while your hand is shaking. Like having to press a button and ask, politely, if you can go to the bathroom. Like watching someone 10 years younger than you write a note about your affect because you looked away when they asked how you felt. It's all very civilised. It's all very therapeutic. It's all designed to help. And that's what makes it work. The system doesn't need to punish. It only needs to imply that compliance is the only way back to the world. And so you comply, not out of agreement, but out of erosion. Every nod, every form, every thank you that's required. It grinds, it polishes, it smooths out edges until you forget what sharp even felt like. But late at night, in the dark, with your hands beneath the covers, you remember. You trace the air with your name, the full one, spelled correctly. You remember what it feels like to be unshrunk, and you swear, when you leave here, you'll find a way to unfold yourself, even if you have to do it alone, even if no one claps, even if it takes years, because beneath the layers of obedience, you still exist. Not a model patient. Not a behaviour chart. Not a risk assessment. You, unranked, undefinable, still here. It's not the uniforms that signal power. Not here. Not the scrubs, the badges, or the keys clipped like trophies to hips. It's posture. Posture tells you who's in charge. Staff walk like the floor belongs to them. Shoulders relaxed, steps silent, but confident. They don't have to look around. They don't need to ask where anything is. They exist in ownership. You exist in permission. Permission to move. Permission to speak. Permission to feel within regulation. You spend a lot of time watching people walk. You try to mimic it. A certain angle of the chin. A stillness in the arms. But it never works. Because your body already carries the weight of being observed. You can't fake freedom when every hallway echoes with your restraint. And yes, restraint still happens. Not as often as they used to, they say. But it happens. You've seen the chair. You've seen the room. You've heard the word incident spoken in the kind of voice that smooths over trauma with syllables like silk. You've seen someone return from a hold quieter than before. Not always better, just quieter. That's the goal. You don't talk about the chair, but everyone knows. You can feel it in the way patients flinch when doors shut too loudly. You hear it in the sudden stillness when a staff member lowers their voice. There are volumes in those silences. One of the nurses Paula once told you, "We try everything else first." She said it kindly, as if she were talking about a difficult recipe, not a human being. You nodded, because that's what you do when someone tells you the system is humane. You nod and file the memory away under necessary lies. Humiliation here is dressed in comfort, like when you're praised for things you shouldn't have to earn. Great job using your words. Proud of you for staying seated. You brushed your teeth. Amazing. You hear it all the time. Directed at grown adults. Some with PhDs. Some with war stories. Some who raised children, ran businesses, survived things no one should. But here, you're congratulated for breathing through a panic attack instead of vomiting. You're celebrated for writing in a feelings journal like a polite hostage. You want to scream, "I know how to function. I just forgot how to care." But no one would write that down favourably. Instead you say, "Thanks." You smile. You accept the praise, because rejecting it will be non-compliant. And here, non-compliance is worse than apathy. Apathy you can medicate. Rebellion requires paperwork. One of the more experienced patients tells you, there are 3 ways to get out of here. Get better, fake it, or break loud enough that they don't want the liability. You ask which one they chose. They shrug. You'll know soon. You never find out if they meant it as a warning or an endorsement. In community group, there's a new exercise, role play. You're given a scenario. You're at a coffee shop. The barista gets your order wrong. How do you respond? Everyone gives careful answers. I would express myself calmly. I would ask for what I ordered. I would practice assertive communication. You say, "I'd leave the coffee shop and cry in my car." There's a pause. A few nervous laughs. The therapist smiles a little too widely. Interesting. Let's unpack that. You say nothing. You've learned that honesty is only valued when it fits the script. Peer dynamics mirror the structure. Certain patients rise in status, not by behaviour, but by language. The ones who say the right things, who cry on cue, who talk about boundaries and processing trauma in fluent clinical dialect. They are watched less, given more freedom. Their suffering, wrapped in the correct vocabulary, becomes palatable. You try to learn the words. You practice them like a second language. I'm holding space for that feeling. I need to self-regulate. I'm in a window of tolerance right now. You feel like a fraud, but the staff seem pleased. You begin to see smiles where there were previously only nods. They start using your name more, asking if you want co-lead group. You accept, of course. It's a job with no pay, but high visibility. Visibility here means safety. Still, you watch your back. You know how fast a favour can turn. It's small things. Fail to finish a journal prompt? They'll say you're disengaging. Speak too eloquently. They'll wonder if you're masking. Sit in the wrong chair? That's territorial behaviour. You're always performing, even when you don't know the role. The humiliation of the body is another tier entirely. The scheduled weigh-ins. The open bathroom policy. The constant reminders that your body is not your own. That it must be monitored. That it must be submitted for review. They check your skin, your sleep, your pulse, your urination. All in the name of care. All without asking how it feels. One morning, a staff member notes that your tone of voice was uncharacteristically flat. You want to say, that's because I woke up remembering a memory I wasn't ready for. But that would prompt questions, so you say, just tired. And she smiles. Don't forget to journal. You nod. You go to your room. You don't journal. You stare at the wall and imagine writing something they would never understand. You are watching the surface of me. But the ground beneath has already collapsed. You don't write it. But the words stay in your mouth, like a tongue you don't use. There's a board in the hallway listing patient achievements. It includes things like spoke up in group, completed a goal sheet, walked without pacing. Your name appears one day, slept through the night. You feel sick, because that's not a victory. It's a symptom of the meds, of the exhaustion, of the resignation. But you smile when someone congratulates you. You say, thanks, working on sleep hygiene. You are fluent now in the language of institutional acceptance. And still, there are moments of tiny rebellion. You wear your socks inside out. Not because they're more comfortable, but because it's a decision. You write song lyrics in your notebook, ones that staff won't recognise. You make eye contact with another patient for 2 seconds too long. Just long enough to say, we know. These are your acts of dignity. Small, unwritten, unchartable. You hold on to them because they are yours. No reward attached, no metric measured, no point earned. Just you reclaiming inches of self from a place designed to flatten. And you do flatten, eventually. Everyone does. The system doesn't crush you. It presses, gently, repeatedly. Like a hand smoothing a blanket over your mind. Until you forget where your edges were. And still, you dream, sometimes, of walking through a store without fear, of drinking tea on your porch, of making a joke no one writes down, of wearing clothes with zippers, of closing a door behind you, and it staying closed, not because you earned it, but because it's yours. You hold those dreams like a spine, even when they bend, even when the clipboard says, patient exhibits improvement, because improvement, in here, is another word for disappearance, and you are still here, bent, but not erased. Not yet. There's a moment, always, that arrives like a sunrise you didn't ask for. You wake up, eyes still gummed with sleep, and realise you are being managed, not understood. It doesn't come during a crisis, not during a breakdown. It comes in the middle of breakfast, or while tying the waist string of your third identical gown. You feel it like an echo inside your chest. The understanding that this place was never built to know you. It was built to handle you. And handling is a complex word. Handling means you are kept. You are charted. You are spoken to softly, even when you scream. You are met with calm, neutral eyes, while your soul writhes beneath the skin. This is called care. You stop crying. Not because you're stronger, but because tears become embarrassing when no one flinches at them anymore. You sit in another check-in group. The room is half lit, walls off-white in that haunted hotel kind of way. There's a laminated feelings wheel on the wall with emotions you haven't felt in months. The therapist asks, "What does progress mean to you today?" You stare at the floor. You want to say, "Progress means forgetting what I was like before this place." Instead you say, "I didn't feel overwhelmed at lunch." They nod. That's good self-awareness. Someone marks it down. That moment, right there, that's a unit of value in the system. Your ability to manage a tray of room temp food while dissociating is now part of your success story. A nurse smiles at you in passing. She says, "I think you're doing really well." She means it. You almost believe it. Almost. But then you remember, everyone here gets that smile eventually. It's part of the process. It's distributed like medication. On schedule. With caution. There's a performance to intimacy in this place. Not just between staff and patients, but between patients themselves. Every nod, every "I hear you," every shared tissue in therapy group. These are social contracts born in the pressure cooker of collective vulnerability. You form friendships like people clinging to the same piece of driftwood. But the driftwood is sinking. Someone shares in group that they feel objectified by the process, that their humanity feels like an inconvenience. The therapist says, "Let's reframe that. Maybe the process is supporting you in ways you can't see yet," and there it is again, the soft weapon of institutional kindness. How everything here is dressed in care, even your slow erasure. You stop arguing. You learn how to be interpreted correctly. Your expressions become curated. You say, "I'm doing okay," the way someone else might say, "Hello." It's a ritual now. Speaking in code, performing contentment. There's a laminated poster on the wall titled "The Recovery Ladder." It has 12 steps. None of them mention rage or shame or the raw ache of losing your name to a clipboard. They mention things like hope, reconnection, stability. You trace the steps with your eyes. You wonder where swallowing your personality to earn weekend privileges lands on the scale. There's a rule about touching. No hugging. No high fives. No shoulder taps. Boundaries must be respected. This is to protect everyone, they say. But the staff can touch you. They can adjust your pillow. They can guide your elbow toward the hallway. They can take your pulse while you shiver. They can gently reposition your head during a panic. You can't touch anyone. But they can touch you. This is not a double standard. It's hierarchy. And you start to internalize it. You stop initiating eye contact. You make your bed tighter. You apologize for asking questions. You ask if it's okay to have a headache. You begin seeking permission to feel anything beyond mild hope. And mild hope is the currency here. You hoard it in small doses, not because you feel it, but because it's tradable. You hear yourself say things like, "I've been using my grounding tools. I understand why structure helps me. I know I'm safe here." All of these are technically true, and all of them are cages you learn to decorate. There's a clipboard that follows you. It's not visible, but it's always there. It carries every note, every shift report, Every comment about your tone, your posture, your appetite, your response to interventions. You start thinking in clipboard language. You think, that moment was incongruent affect. You think, I may be exhibiting signs of flattened engagement. You think, this interaction is not trauma-informed. And then you realise you are documenting yourself for them before they can do it. You catch your own red flags and shave them down into pink ones. You keep your sadness inside a range of acceptable vocal modulation. You begin swallowing discomfort before it's audible. You no longer know where your thoughts end and your compliance begins. That's the real humiliation. Not being controlled, but becoming self-regulating in a way that preempts freedom. There's a game some patients play. Who would they listen to? The rules are simple. You imagine something goes wrong, someone collapses, a fire starts, a scream echoes. You imagine who the staff would believe first, who they would protect, who they would suspect. You know where you land, near the bottom. You haven't done anything wrong. You've just been here too long, or not long enough, or you blink too slowly during intake. No one knows how the algorithm works, but everyone plays the game. You once saw someone punished for being manipulative, not for lying, not for aggression, just being too strategic with their progress. That's the unspoken crime here, trying too hard. You're supposed to want recovery, but not pursue it. You're supposed to share feelings, but not too deeply. You're supposed to participate, but not dominate. You are a performance of healing. You are the choreography of being better. And if you do it well enough, long enough, quietly enough, you are ready. Ready for what? They never say. The discharge packet says things like, follow up with outpatient therapist, maintain medication compliance, use coping tools, avoid known triggers, engage with community supports. None of it says, remember how to feel without permission, learn to trust your laughter again, rebuild your sense of self after flattening it for approval, name the parts of you buried just to be seen as safe, unlearn the art of being tolerable. No one teaches that, because teaching that would require admitting what was done here, and that would be unprofessional. So you nod through your discharge. You thank everyone. You fill out the satisfaction survey with 5 stars. You say, this changed my life. You leave with a folder of coping strategies and a small numb ache behind your eyes. At home, you notice things. That your footsteps sound too loud without soft-soled slippers. That you ask if you're allowed to use the bathroom even when no one's around. That you thank people too much. That you wait for praise after doing simple things, like making toast. That you flinch when someone raises their voice, even in laughter. That silence feels like failure. That noise feels like punishment. That you don't know how to be unmonitored without being afraid. You open your old journal and try to write something unsupervised. Your hand trembles. You draw a square. Inside it you write, this is where I live now. Inside the box they called recovery. You stare at it. You close the journal. You don't cry. You've been trained too well. And that, above everything else, is the final, most exquisite humiliation. You leave better than you came. But what you lost to get there was the part of you that knew how to shout. Every place has a culture. Here, the culture speaks in lowercase. It smiles gently. It hands you worksheets. It says things like, let's reframe that, and thank you for sharing. It places a warm hand on your shoulder, right after it signs a report that says you're decompensating. It's not religion, not officially, but it has everything a faith needs. Rituals, symbols, a promise of salvation. The same way a monastery has daily prayers, this place has group check-ins. The same way confession is whispered in a dark booth, your shame is offered in a circle of folding chairs. The same way worship has scripture, you are handed pamphlets with phrases like, "Feelings are not facts." You are safe now. Progress is not linear. You start to recite them, not because you believe them, but because they are the local dialect. Speaking otherwise would be dangerous. Speaking otherwise would make you the outlier. And outliers are evaluated, not comforted. The first time you hear someone say, "I trust the process," it sounds like a joke. The second time, you wonder if they're being sarcastic. By the 10th, you realise it's a prayer. Not for progress, but for stability, for order, for meaning inside chaos. Because here, belief is armour. If you believe in the system hurts less. If you doubt it, even privately, you start to unravel. So most people choose to believe. At least a little. At least enough to get through the day. You do too. Soon, the schedule becomes sacred. You know the order of operations better than your own memories. Wake-up call at 6:45. Breakfast at 7:30. Morning group at 8 sound. Meds at 9:15. It never changes, and when it does, even slightly, everyone ripples with quiet panic. Because that's the real role of culture here. Not meaning, but rhythm. A rhythm you can march to. A beat steady enough to drown out the thoughts that can't be charted. There's a bulletin board titled Affirmation Station. Every morning, a new quote is pinned there in bold font with cheerful borders. You are doing better than you think. This too shall pass. You're not broken. Some patients laugh at them, some ignore them. One man reads them aloud every day before lunch, like they're gospel. You don't mock him, you envy him. You wish you could absorb that comfort through paper and thumbtack. Some days you stare at the board and wish it would say what you're actually feeling. This is unnatural. You are adapting to survive. No one is supposed to be okay here. But no one would call that therapeutic. Therapy is not designed to validate despair, only to file it. Language is doctrine here. A controlled vocabulary. Certain words are encouraged, others are suspicious. Saying sad is acceptable. Saying dead inside earns a risk assessment. Saying lonely opens dialogue. Saying I feel like I don't exist gets your privileges reviewed. Even metaphors are dangerous. If your language is too poetic, they ask if you're hallucinating. Too flat, and they say you're dissociating. You must find the narrowest channel through which to leak your pain without setting off alarms. You begin filtering your soul through a lens of clinical acceptability. Pain becomes distress. Rage becomes activation. Dread becomes low motivation. You hear a man say, "My brain is a broken cathedral, and the bells won't stop ringing." It's the most accurate thing you've ever heard. The therapist responds, "That sounds overwhelming. Let's breathe together." You want to throw something. You don't. You nod, and you breathe too. Because culture is contagious, even when it infects your mouth. The whiteboards in the day room list goals for the day. Every morning you must write one. They ask, "What are you working on today?" You say, "Staying grounded." It's vague, safe, and has no measurable outcome. They love it. Other approved answers, using my coping tools. Participating in group. Connecting with peers. Staying in the moment. You try writing, remembering who I was. They erase it. Too abstract, they say. You try again. Improving affect. They write a smiley face next to it. Now you understand. Culture here doesn't want truth. It wants trackable hope. Belief becomes currency. If you believe in the structure, you are cooperative. If you don't, you are resistant. They will not punish you for resistance directly. They will simply shift the tone. A longer pause before answering your question. A note in your file. Patient may be struggling with engagement. A slow tightening of the leash called treatment. You learn not to say, "I don't believe in this." You say, "I'm having trouble connecting to the material." They nod. They assign you more reading. Every philosophy has its rewards and punishments. Here, the rewards are intangible. An extra 10 minutes in the courtyard. A chair closer to the TV. A second helping of toast. A compliment that isn't tied to a form. The punishments are harder to name. A feeling of being watched more closely. A sudden reassignment to a different therapist. A conversation that ends too early. A coldness in someone's eyes. The worst punishment? Being described as treatment resistant. It sticks like glue. Once it's on your record, every gesture you make is interpreted through that frame. You smile. You're faking. You frown. You're declining. You say something true. You're deflecting. You say nothing. You're avoiding. So you aim for alignment instead. You become fluent in their mythos. That healing is linear. That structure is salvation. That medications are moral. That independence is a product of cooperation. You hear yourself say things you don't mean just to protect the progress you don't feel. In one group, a patient says, "I don't know if I'm really getting better or just better at being here." Everyone freezes. The therapist smiles too slowly. "That's a valuable reflection," she says. No one breathes. No one speaks. Later, that patient's privileges are quietly revoked. No reason given, but everyone understands. Doubt is contagious. And nothing kills faith faster than someone else saying the altar might be fake. There's a story told here, not by anyone officially, but like folklore passed between mouths during smoke breaks and laundry duty. It's about a man who kept asking for real answers, not defiance, not tantrums, just clarity. He asked, "When will I be enough to leave?" He asked, "What's the actual metric?" He asked, "Why does compliance feel like erasure?" They didn't punish him. They made him wait. Every week, he asked. Every week they said, "You're not quite ready." After a while he stopped asking. He started smiling more. He stopped journaling about doubt. He started making art that looked like hope. They discharged him 2 weeks later. That's the parable. The moral? You leave when you stop questioning the system. Not because you're cured, but because you've assimilated. Belief becomes a safety mechanism. It dulls the edges. It makes the floor less cold. You begin to say things like, "I trust my treatment team," even when they forget your name. You say, "This place is helping me," even when it haunts your dreams. You say, "I'm lucky to be here," even when the lights won't dim, and your pillow smells like bleach, and your thoughts don't feel like yours anymore. Because it's easier than the alternative, which is realizing you've been shaped into something palatable, and no one asked if you wanted to be edible. At first, the routine feels like scaffolding, like something that might hold you up. You come in broken, brittle, a threat to yourself, a burden to others. That's the story they tell you when they ask you to trust the structure. And so you agree. Wake when we tell you. Eat when we tell you. Medicate, attend, reflect. Because if the alternative is chaos, then surely this is a kind of peace. But time changes how it feels. Eventually, the scaffolding stops feeling like support and starts feeling like a mould. You are not brought here to be held. You are brought here to be shaped. By day 10, you no longer ask for the time. You just know it. The day is divided into slots, the slots into actions, the actions into reactions, the reactions into notes. You could perform the entire day blindfolded. You wake before the wake-up call, not because you're ready, but because your body has adapted. You make your bed so tight the corners could slice air. You fold your gown with the precision of a soldier. Your hands know this work. They move without needing you. You arrive at morning group before the staff. You sit in the same chair, not by preference, but because it is now yours by repetition. A silent agreement between you and the fabric. Today's topic is distress tolerance, again. You can recite the acronym TIP. Temperature, intense exercise, paced breathing, progressive muscle relaxation. You mouth the words as the therapist says them, like prayer beads rolling beneath your tongue. You aren't mocking it. You aren't resisting. You're surrendering to it. Because even repetition becomes holy when you've been stripped of your other devotions. At lunch, you chew each bite 17 times. Not for digestion, because 17 is the number you settled on after 3 days of choking on meatloaf while trying not to cry. At meds, you wait for the cup before they call your name. You know the order. You can hear it in the shuffle of pill packets. You could announce it yourself if they let you. You learn to recognise each nurse by how they crush the risperidone, by how they peel the foil, by whether they tap the bottom of the cup before handing it to you. You know the ritual of acceptance. Smile, swallow, open mouth, lift tongue. Say, ah, nod. Wait for nod in return. Blessed are the compliant. The day is not broken into hours anymore. It is broken into thresholds. Did you pass meds without question? Did you speak up in group? Did you ask for grounding tools instead of crying in the hallway? These are the commandments of this new religion. You begin to preach it to yourself. You look in the mirror and say, today I will show regulated behaviour. Today I will complete a worksheet without sarcasm. Today I will report my symptoms in a tone that suggests gratitude. Not because you believe it, but because belief is irrelevant once doctrine becomes reflex. You notice others doing it too. You see a woman whisper her goals before group, like someone crossing herself before mass. You watch a man practice his answers to imagine check-ins, pacing in a corner, murmuring phrases like, I'm making progress in managing triggers, and I've learned to identify negative thoughts before acting on them. You call it practicing sanity. It's not a joke. It's the purest ritual here. The reenactment of normalcy until normalcy sticks. Even the objects here are sacred. The chart is holy. The clipboard is scripture. The dry erase marker is a prophet that erases what you were and replaces it with what you're becoming. The chair you always sit in is an altar. Your name tag is your new soul. One night, someone moves your chair before group. Not maliciously, just cleaning. You arrive and find it angled differently, slightly off-centre. You sit anyway, but you feel wrong the entire session. You can't focus. Your spine won't relax. You realise how fragile you've become. 1 degree of change and your entire day derails. That's not weakness. That's conversion. You've accepted the faith, not because you believe, but because you were rebuilt in its image. Every religion has its high priests. Here it's the staff who speak in calm tones while delivering edicts you aren't allowed to question. They say you're doing really well and you feel holy. They say, I'm concerned about your level of insight, and you feel excommunicated. Their approval is your communion. Their notes are your commandments. You learn to interpret their silences as omens. When a therapist hesitates before responding, you brace for an unscheduled intervention. When a nurse smiles too gently, you know something's about to be taken from you. The rituals of this place extend into language policing. You stop using words that could be misinterpreted. You say, I felt overwhelmed, instead of I panicked. You say, I struggled with some thoughts, instead of, I didn't want to exist for a few hours. You say, I'd like to reframe that, instead of, that's a lie. Because honesty here is only welcome if it's dressed in the robes of therapeutic language. You begin editing yourself mid-thought, not just what you say, but what you think. You begin hearing the voices of staff in your head before you open your mouth. You imagine how they'll chart it. You preemptively soften the blow. You're no longer thinking. You're transcribing safety. There's a session called Values Clarification. You're asked to write down 5 things you believe in. You want to write, I believe people are not meant to live under constant observation. I believe silence is a form of violence when it replaces understanding. I believe recovery cannot be measured in attendance sheets. I believe compliance is not healing. I believe in remembering who I was before I was labelled. Instead you write, I believe in self-care. I believe in boundaries. I believe in progress. I believe in support. I believe in myself. They beam. They say, you're really starting to internalize the work. You smile. Because what else can you do? When a culture teaches you that parroting the right phrases is more important than feeling them, you become a ventriloquist for your own recovery. You say, I believe in myself, while your hands tremble under the table. One night, during community meeting, someone breaks the rhythm. They say, I feel like I'm being trained, not treated. The room goes still. The therapist tilts her head. Can you tell me more about that? They hesitate, say nothing. Later, they are offered a re-engagement plan. They are moved to a different unit. You never see them again. Their name disappears from the whiteboard. That's the price of apostasy, not punishment, just removal. Every culture has a way of dealing with heretics. This one uses therapeutic language like a scalpel. Precise. Bloodless. Final. You begin to say things in your sleep. Staff mention it. You said coping mechanism in your dream. You laugh, but inside you ache. Because now even your subconscious speaks the gospel. That's how deep it goes. This place becomes your temple, not because it's sacred, but because it's all you have. You place your grief on the altar and call it progress. You fold your shame into a worksheet and call it insight. You lose your voice and call it regulation. And when you finally say, I'm ready to go, they agree. Because you are now fluent in the culture. You are now safe. Not cured, not healed, just fluent. You carry the doctrine out with you like a souvenir, folded in your voice, tucked into your gestures. You tell people you're better. You tell them the program helped. And you don't mention the moments where belief replaced truth, where ritual replaced feeling, where you stopped asking questions and started repeating the answers they gave you. Because this is how you survive a place like that. You stop being a person. You start being a believer. And eventually, even belief feels holy. Because it hurts less than remembering who you were before you were reshaped. There's a moment, and it always comes, when belief becomes no longer a choice, but a reflex. It doesn't arrive like a revelation. It doesn't carry trumpets or visions. It doesn't announce itself. It just slides in, quiet as breath, heavy as submission. You wake up one day and you no longer ask, does this make sense? You ask, am I doing it right? There's a difference. The first is curiosity. The second is obedience. And in here, curiosity is discouraged. It's disruptive. It challenges the system's rhythm. And the rhythm is sacred. The rhythm keeps everything smooth, predictable, safe. So you stop questioning the logic. You start asking for the script. Is this an appropriate way to respond? Is it okay that I felt irritated? Was that emotion productive? These aren't real questions. They're liturgies, tiny sermons you deliver to the mirror before morning meds. And eventually, the answers are built into the questions themselves. Because what you're asking isn't, how am I? It's, how do I sound? And the only answer that matters is safe. There's a line in a handout from week 2. You don't even remember which group it came from anymore. It says, if you can't trust yourself, trust the process. At first, you thought it was motivational. Now you realise that it's a commandment. You repeat it without thinking. When the meds make you slow. When the group topics blur into sameness. When your progress feels like a treadmill pointed uphill. When the staff praises you for using grounding tools, even though you feel like screaming. You say it, if I can't trust myself, I'll trust the process. You tattoo it onto your inner voice, because trusting yourself is no longer encouraged. Yourself got you here. Yourself is unreliable. Yourself is a past version, a corrupted file. But the process is clean. It's laminated. It has charts. It has badges. It never weeps. It never trembles. It knows best. That's the belief you internalize. And it moves deeper than your bones. It moves into the marrow. You begin to plan your emotions. You practice how to describe sadness in exactly the way they want to hear it. Vulnerable but not raw. Articulate but not rehearsed. You tell your peers, I've really been sitting with my shame. And you pause just long enough after the sentence to signal depth. You look down, but not for too long. You nod when someone mirrors your statement. You say thank you for witnessing that. And you don't even know you're doing it anymore. That's how deep the doctrine goes. You've become bilingual. Your native tongue was pain. Now you speak fluent recovery. It's not fake. It's worse than fake. It's involuntary. You find yourself defending the program to new patients. You say things like, just give it a chance. It feels weird now, but it'll help. The structure really works if you let it. You don't know who you're talking to, them, or the part of yourself that still doesn't believe. One day, someone new arrives. He refuses the group. He curses during breakfast. He asks why the windows don't open, and why the hallway smells like bleach, and why everyone talks like they're reading from a script. You feel your stomach twist. You think, he's making it harder for himself. You think, he's non-compliant. You think, he needs to get with the program. You don't say it out loud, but you think it. And that's when you realise you've joined them. Not the staff. Not exactly. But the machine. You're part of the mechanism now. You enforce it without meaning to. With silence. With distance. With well-timed nods. You've become someone the system trusts. And that trust is a drug, not because it feels good, but because it feels stable. You've traded freedom for predictability. You've traded complexity for legibility. You've traded your contradictions for a diagnosis that can be filed, referenced, re-prescribed. And in return, you are no longer dangerous. You are no longer questioned. You are praised. You are passed. You are progressing. Even if that progress feels like erasure wrapped in a gold star. You start to defend the structure even in your dreams. You dream of being evaluated. You dream of checklists. You dream of saying, I'm using my skills, to a faceless therapist and waking up proud. You wake up believing in your own compliance, like it's an achievement, like it's your personality. The rituals deepen. You begin to look forward to meal prep. Not for the food, God no, but for the structure of it. The cue, the small manageable decisions. Which tray, which juice, whether to sit or stand while waiting. These choices are sacred now, because they are controlled, because they're safe, because no one can take them from you, unless you break the rules. So you don't break the rules. Not even a little. You don't skip group. You don't question medication. You don't cry too loud. You don't laugh too hard. You stay inside the emotional margins like someone colouring with permanent markers. Because smudges might be charted, and charts don't forgive. A therapist asks, what does recovery mean to you now? You say, it means understanding my patterns. But that's a lie. What you want to say is, recovery means speaking so carefully I forget what my real voice sounds like. Recovery means smiling when I want to disappear. Recovery means knowing the difference between a feeling and a threat to them, not to me. But those truths are not in the workbook, so you leave them in your teeth. You taste them while chewing rubbery scrambled eggs at 7:32 a.m. with a group of people who also know how to look healed. Someone jokes, we're all just future memoirs. Everyone laughs, too loudly, because it's true. Because one day you might write about this place, and you'll make it sound important, like it worked, like it shaped you. You might even believe it, because it's safer than admitting you were gently erased and replaced by someone who can say, I'm okay, in exactly the right tone at exactly the right time. There's a final group just before discharge. It's called reflection and transition. You sit in a circle with 3 others who are also leaving. The facilitator asks, what are you taking with you? You say, better tools, more awareness, hope. You don't say, I'm taking your voice inside my head. I'm taking your version of sanity. I'm taking the idea that maybe who I was before deserved this. They hand you a folder with your plan. They shake your hand. They say, we're proud of you. You say, thank you. And you mean it. Not because they fixed you, but because they believed in your performance. And in here, that's all that's needed. You walk out with your belongings in a clear plastic bag. The sun feels different. The silence tastes like risk. Someone asks, how was it? You say it helped, because anything else would require unlearning. And unlearning hurts more than staying converted. So you hold the belief close to your chest. You wrap it in the words they taught you. You protect it. You perform it. And one day you might forget it was ever a performance at all. It begins with the phrase, therapeutic aggression. A doctor says it in passing, like a chef mentioning salt. He means well, probably. He's talking about the idea, prevalent in 1940s hospitals, that sometimes you have to hurt the illness out of a patient. Not metaphorically, literally, because in this decade, the brain is a misbehaving machine. You don't console a misbehaving machine, you rewire it. You don't coax a shorted circuit to behave, you jolt it. You don't ask rotten wiring why it sparks. You rip it out and start over. And so the 1940s asylum becomes an engineering shop. Except the gears are thoughts, the bolts are memories, and the engineers are men in starched coats wielding syringes, electrodes, and surgical ice picks. Welcome to the golden age of medical violence, marketed as mercy. Every ward has a special room. Maybe it's labelled therapy suite, maybe seizure hall. Most staff just call it ECT. You learn the routine by osmosis. 5:45 a.m, someone strips the sheets. 6 sobers, orderlies wheel in the gurneys. 6:10, a nurse crushes pentothal in a mortar. 6:20, the first patient shuffles in, gown flapping, eyes wide as open wounds. Electroconvulsive therapy in the 1940s isn't the gentle anaesthetised procedure it will become decades later. There is no muscle relaxant. There is no mouthguard. Sometimes a wooden tongue depressor, if they remember. 2 electrodes, one on each temple, smeared with salty goo. The machine is a metal box with a dial that looks suspiciously like a radio knob. Voltage marked in crude increments, 70, 80, 90. Titration by guesswork. Someone wraps a leather strap around the patient's chest, not to protect them, to keep them from shattering their own spine when the current bursts through. The doctor's voice is calm. He says ready, as if prepping a camera. A nurse clamps eyelids shut with her fingers. Someone throws the switch. A low, guttural hum, then convulsion. The body arcs like a bow pulled too far. Feet lift off the table. Teeth collide hard enough to chip. Arms slap the rails, then stiffen, then flop. One nurse counts aloud. 7 seconds, 8, 9, until the seizure peter out into twitching aftershocks. The smell, ozone and urine, sometimes feces, sometimes singed hair if the electrode slipped. They wipe the patient's mouth, already bruising where the tongue hammered the teeth. They lift the limp form back to the wheelchair. Eyes flutter, trying to remember the name of the year. The staff smiles. That's one. They have 30 more before breakfast. And here's where absurdity drips in. These sessions are scheduled thrice weekly. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The holy trinity of induced electricity. Patients pray for rain, mechanical failure, even blackouts. Anything to stop the current. But the generators run on hospital steam, and steam never cares for mercy. After shock day comes insulin day. It's quieter. No sparks, no cracking bones, only syringes thick with cloudy fluid. The idea, pioneered by Dr. Manfred Zakel, is simple to the point of lunacy. Drive the patient into a coma with massive doses of insulin. Hold them there, then yank them back with glucose. A biochemical crucifixion and resurrection enacted on a cot. Morning. Patients line up, arms bared. The nurse plunges the needle into soft flesh. Dose? Depends on the weight and whim of the supervising doctor. Within an hour, blood sugar plummets. Hands shake. Sweat beads across foreheads. Heartbeat skitters like a trapped moth. Then the hunger howl begins. A primal moan as the brain starves for fuel. Some thrash, clawing at invisible food. Others mutter childhood nicknames. One woman sings hymns until her voice slurs into nonsense. When blood sugar drags low enough, the patient collapses into coma. Orderlies roll them onto sides, wedge dowels between teeth to guard tongues. And then they wait. 30 minutes, sometimes 40. Seizures ripple along dormant limbs. A nurse checks pupils. Pinpoint, perfect. A doctor nods like a gardener admiring wilt. Finally, a syringe of glucose is jammed into a vein. The revival is violent. Eyes snap open. Body gasps. Sometimes vomits. Sometimes claws at the sheets. A nurse coos, "Welcome back," as if the patient went on holiday. Why do they do it? because a handful of catatonic patients once woke after insulin comas, spoke a few coherent sentences, then relapsed. Those anecdotes become doctrine, and so hundreds of minds are iced and reheated in search of that fleeting clarity. If the patient dies, well, the notes say, they were gravely ill to begin with. Insulin coma isn't dramatic enough for some institutions. They favour metrazole, a chemical convulsant discovered by mistake and adopted with zeal. Imagine injecting caffeine made by demons. Second after the jab, muscles clamp. The spine bows. Arms shoot out like they want to leave the body. A roar erupts from the chest, a sound halfway between scream and wind gust. Bones snap. Not occasionally, predictably. Vertebrae, shoulders, even hips shatter under the ricochet of involuntary seizure. Hospitals order convulsion tables, heavy wooden slabs with padded straps. They bite down on rubber blocks to keep their teeth. Staff wear leather aprons to deflect vomit and urine. Someone in administration calls it therapeutic dramatization. It is theatre, yes. A grand, ghastly play in which every actor forgets their lines at the climax. Because when the seizure ends, most patients are too stunned to speak. And the doctor scribbles, "Initial improvement, less hostility, more submission," or "Absurdity blossoms. A broken humerus is noted as a minor adverse event. A dislocated jaw is managed with supportive care." If a patient dies on the table, the death certificate often reads cardiac anomaly, never chemical earthquake administered by prescription. For those deemed too fragile for seizures, or for staff who need a quiet afternoon, there's hydrotherapy. Picture a human burrito, wrapped in cold, wet sheets, strapped to a gurney, left for hours. The cold is meant to sedate agitation. Shivering supposedly resets the nervous system. Alternative menu: hot water packs at near scalding temperatures, applied to chest, abdomen, groin. The heat draws blood to the surface, causing languor, maybe blistering. If you cry out, they say you're releasing tension. Then the continuous bath treatment: a galvanized tub filled with lukewarm water. Patients lowered in, ankles and wrists tethered to side hooks. Canvas covers stretched across, cutouts only for head and feet. Duration: anywhere from 2 hours to overnight. A nurse passes every half hour to check pulse, adjust temperature, ladle water over exposed knees. Some fall asleep, nodding like wilted lilies. Some hallucinate faces in the ripples. Some relieve themselves because there's no other option. The water muddles around them until replaced by another nurse with another patient. It's billed as mechanical mothering, as though the tub, not human touch, could calm the terror seeded by shocks and needles. And then, above all, beyond all, the lobotomy. The procedure that hovers like a vulture over every ward conversation. If nothing else works, there's always the pick. Dr. Walter Freeman tours state hospitals with a leather case. Inside, a mallet, an orbiter clasped, ice pick on steroids, and a camera for triumphant photos. The pitch is elegant horror. Insert pick above patient's eyeball. Tap through thin orbital bone with a mallet. Sweep side to side, severing frontal lobe connections. Withdraw. Patch with a band-aid. Recovery in minutes. No operating room. No surgeon's reputation required. A doctor can perform 5 before lunch if he hurries. Post-op, patients may shuffle, drool, forget names, forget toileting, but they no longer scream. They no longer smash windows. They no longer beg to go home. Hospitals call this tranquility. Families call it relief. Freeman calls it success. You call it extinction with a pulse. After each session, shock, insulin, metrazole, lobotomy, staff log outcomes. Words repeat: improvement, pacification, positive trend. Numbers are massaged, complications are footnotes. If a patient becomes catatonic after their 20th shock, the chart reads: reduced agitation, low vocalization. Doctors present papers at conferences, slide after slide of before and after photos. Before, wild eyes, messy hair. After, blank stare, tidy gown. The audience applauds. They call it modern. They call it humane. Meanwhile, on the ward, someone new arrives. They hear the hum of the ECT generator, the hiss of insulin boiling away cells. They see orderlies wheel a silent figure whose eyes no longer track light. They smell antiseptic mingled with a singed scalp. The new patient asks, "Is this treatment?" A nurse answers, "This is hope." And that's the horror's sharpest edge, not the violence itself, but the serene, unwavering conviction that this is how you fix people. You wake before dawn because the ward never truly sleeps. It merely dims its eyes. A low amber glow leaks from the corridor, humming with the same electricity that will soon surge through living flesh. The air feels charged, metallic, as if every dust mote is a microscopic battery waiting for a circuit. Someone down the hall coughs, 3 hard barks, then stops abruptly, the sound chopped off by either sedation or resignation. You swing your feet to the cold floor and brace yourself for a schedule that reads less like medicine and more like a ritual sacrifice disguised as a timetable. 5:45 a.m. Orderlies drift in like stagehands, wheeling gurneys and metal instrument carts shaped like morgue furniture. They are polite in the way undertakers are polite, soft-voiced, efficient, eyes fixed on tasks rather than faces. Beds are stripped, sheets removed with crisp snaps that echo too loudly in the hush. Fresh linen, one orderly murmurs, an incantation against contamination, but no sheet can absorb what's coming. 6. A nurse named Stuart checks wristbands, reading each patient's name out loud as if conjuring them into existence. You respond when you hear yours, the syllables suddenly foreign, like someone else's souvenir from a life outside these walls. He places a hand on your shoulder, gentle pressure that nonetheless pins you in place, and says, almost kindly, "You're up first for insulin today." The phrase is casual, but your stomach knots. In a saner timeline, insulin evokes breakfast, pancakes, a diabetic aunt pricking her finger at the kitchen table. Here it heralds chemical crucifixion. 6:15. You're guided to the prep ward, a smaller room lined with cots and armed with bright floodlights that flatten every face into a mask. A cart holds syringes the length of fountain pens, each barrel cloudy with suspension. Rubber plungers dyed pink for dosage tiers. A clipboard governs the sequence. Weight, sex, last meal, previous reaction. There's science here, or at least arithmetic, units per kilogram, but beneath the numbers lurks a guess. Too little insulin and the procedure is ineffective. Too much, and hearts fail quietly, chalked up to underlying weakness. You sit on a cot while a nurse ties elastic around your upper arm, taps a vein like a pianist, searching middle C, and pushes the needle in. The fluid enters cold, and the nurse smiles as if she's given you a vitamin. 6:30. You're shuttled to a communal lounge to wait for the blood sugar plunge. 10 patients line the perimeter, each at different stages of descent. One man wrings his hand over and over, muttering about oatmeal. A woman with silver hair strokes her own cheek, tears leaking without sound. The nurse keeps watch with a stopwatch and a tray of wooden mouthguards. You try to track the minutes logically. Sweat beads, tremor begins, vision tunnels. But logic evaporates when your muscles start buzzing like live wires. Hunger roars inside your stomach, louder than thought. A primitive alarm that drowns out language. Your jaw clenches. The nurse slips a rubber wedge between your teeth before you bite through your tongue. You're half aware of drool stringing your chin, of your head lolling back. Someone shouts a nursery rhyme verse, voice cracking on every third syllable. Then the floor tilts, darkness slides sideways, and the nurse says, "There you go, deep breath now," though breathing has ceased to be voluntary. The coma grabs you like undertow. You're pulled down, down, until the ward's fluorescent ceiling is a distant moon blurred by dark water. 7:05. Time goes missing. 10 minutes, 40, until a painful brightness punches your eyelids. Glucose injection straight into a vein in your neck. The world returns in jagged frames. Ultraviolet lights, the antiseptic sting in your throat, the echo of a scream that might be yours. Your limbs spasmodically jerk. Cold sweat drenches the gown. Someone whispers, "Good job," as if you volunteered. Then the nurse records your vitals. Blood pressure plummeted, then spiked, and you're wheeled aside, replaced by the next volunteer victim. 7:30. You're not allowed to rest. Fainting is discouraged. There's a schedule to keep. They pour you into a wheelchair, drive you back to the main ward for breakfast. A slab of grey scrambled eggs, toast that tastes like plaster. You attempt one bite, your stomach heaves. A nurse jots a note. Refused meal, monitor calories. Hunger is the morning's cause, nausea its effect, and still the chart turns the symptom into data, another tile in the mosaic of managed misery. 8. Morning group is mandatory even on shock or insulin days. 10 chairs face each other, a circle meant to suggest equality. Today's topic is accepting treatment. The therapist asks each person to share gratitude for the interventions. One man with blood crusted on his lips says, "I'm grateful the shocks quiet the voices." You know he's lying. His eyes flicker to the door like a trapped animal. A woman says, "I feel calmer," though her hands tremor in her lap. When it's your turn, you swallow bile and repeat the mantra, "I trust the process." The therapist beams. The belief is more important than the result. 9:15. Electroconvulsive parade begins. You're spared today, but you watch the procession. Patients leaning against orderlies as they shuffle to the treatment room. There's a hush of dread in the hallway, like a church before the organ swell. The ECT suite has soundproofed walls. Still, you hear muffled thuds, sometimes a moan bleeding through. Nurses emerge, wiping sweat from foreheads, cracking windows to vent ozone. They look like they just moved furniture, not delivered therapy. One smiles at you, thin, apologetic. "Lots of improvement today," she says. You nod. Improvement smells of burnt hair and singed spit. 10 on hydrotherapy rotation. Orderlies escort 2 agitated patients to the tub room. You pass by on your way to occupational therapy and glimpse it. Bodies submerged to the neck, strapped like cargo, eyes glazed, lips blue with cold. Steam curls above the surface, smelling of damp iron and fear. A clock ticks louder than necessary, you think. This is baptism in reverse. Immersion, not to cleanse sin, but to drown protest. 10:20. Occupational therapy, sellable hope in the form of wicker baskets. A nurse dumps reed strands on a table and tells you to weave. Your fingers, still numb from hypoglycemic seizure, fumble the fibres. You can't control your grip. The pattern unravels. The instructor tuts, marks poor motor coordination, possibly psychosomatic. You want to scream that your neurons were electrocuted or starved less than 3 hours ago, but you bite down, swallowing the static in your throat. 11:30, corridor check. A physician's rounds. Dr. Ellis, spectacles gleaming, white coat immaculate. He stops at each bed, lifts eyelids, asks, "Any delusions today?" as casually as any male. If a patient mentions nightmares, he prescribes paraldehyde, a sedative that smells of fruit rot and turpentine. He explains to an intern trailing him, dreams interfere with progress. The intern nods, scribbling new scripture. 12. To lunch. Off green peas, minced beef, gravy skin. You manage 2 bites, stomach still seesawing. Across the table, a post-lobotomy patient named Harold stares at nothing, spoon hovering an inch from his mouth. Drool arcs into the spoon. He stirs it like soup. A nurse wipes his chin, coos. Such good progress keeping the utensil. Progress is defined by the staff, staged by the patient, witnessed by peers who know better, but keep their heads down. 12 a palm 45, post-meal cigarette on the veranda, one of the few mercies. Smoke curls into winter air. Nicotine numbs the nausea. A patient mentions rumours of a new drug, thorazine, said to calm psychosis without shocks. Another scoffs. They'll still strap us down, just in quieter rooms. You don't join the conversation. Hope feels dangerous, like announcing escape plans to prison guards. Wayne back inside for matrazole convulsions. You're there as observer today, a euphemism for witness to terror. Metrazole is injected. Within 30 seconds, the patient's eyes roll white, jaw clamps, body yanks violently. A snap. His shoulder dislocates. A nurse notes, "Injury moderate, no intervention." They simply pop it back after seizure ends, like adjusting a mannequin. You smell vomit. Someone wipes it and sprays disinfectant. The floor looks clean. The memory is filthy. 1:45, brief break. A speaker in the ceiling plays staticky wartime radio. News from Europe. Ration updates. No one listens. Everyone's ears ring with aftershocks, real or sympathetic. You sit on your bed, heartbeat jangling. An orderly places a tray. Apple slices, a biscuit, warm milk. You refuse. He notes it, shrugs. Calories are secondary to compliance. 2:15, therapy session labelled Reality Orientation. They show flashcards, a tree, a dog, a woman smiling. "What is this?" the therapist asks Harold. He says nothing. The therapist looks to you. "A tree," you murmur. She smiles too brightly. "Yes! Good grounding." You feel infantilized, complicit. The session lasts 20 minutes, each flashcard a reminder that language can be weapon, that identifying objects is victory when they have stripped you of naming your own pain. 3. Quiet hour. Supposedly rest, but orderlies glide with trays of pills. Phenobarbital, chlorpromazine trial samples. You're given bromides for nerves. You swallow, though your nerves are beyond remedy. Lying on the cot, eyelids heavy, you hear a scream from ECT's direction. Someone forgot to gag the next patient. The cry slices the hush, then abruptly stops, replaced by a dull thud. No one moves. The staff carries on. Quiet hour continues. 4 visiting time. Families arrive in stiff Sunday clothes. A mother brings her son cigarettes. He's post-lobotomy, eyes vacant. She presses the pack into his hand, whispering, "For later, dear." He cannot close his fingers. She smiles anyway. A husband kisses his wife's forehead, though her breath reeks of vomit from morning insulin. He tells her the garden looks lovely. She nods, not understanding. These scenes feel theatre calibre. Loved ones performing care. patients performing improvement, staff performing benevolence, all under the proscenium arch of fluorescent tubes. 5. Dinner, watery soup, stale bread, limp carrots. You manage half, fearful another refused meal, merits nutritional interventions, tube feedings with funnel and rubber hose. A nurse compliments your intake. The words taste like grease on your tongue. 6. Recreation. A gramophone plays jitterbug records at half speed. A few patients sway, muscles stiff like puppets learning dance. You sit at a table covered in dog-eared magazines. Every page smells of mildew. You flip to Life magazine's photo essay on modern kitchens. Chrome toasters, linoleum floors. A woman smiling at a turkey. The caption reads, "Science brings comfort to the American household." You laugh, too loud, a bark. A nurse checks her watch, writes something. 7 evening medication parade. Sedatives, antispasmodics, laxatives to combat drug-induced constipation. You accept another cup of pills. One tastes metallic. You swallow again, hoping for dreamless sleep. The nurse says, "Good compliance. Compliant is sanctity." 8. Lights dim, save for hallway glow. Bed checks every 15 minutes. You lie staring at ceiling cracks, heart still drumming arrhythmic. You think of electricity, of insulin coma, of chemical hurricanes shattering bones. You think of Harold Spoon, of the nurse's smile as the patient convulsed. You think of rituals disguised as cures, and cures that look like execution rehearsals. 9:30, a final scream rips down the corridor. A patient waking from post-shock confusion. Orderlies rush, administer formaldehyde. The ward hushes. You taste the antiseptic in the air, as if it seeps through walls, cleansing evidence but not memory. 10. The nurse passes, notes you're awake, suggests deep breathing. You close your eyes obediently. Behind lids, vivid after-images. Blue arcs of electricity, the arc of a body lifted by seizure. A syringe glinting under bare bulb. You breathe slow, counting heartbeats, reciting internal mantra. I am here, I am here, I am here, though you wish you weren't. 11. Sleep drags you under. Not gentle, more a chloroform cloth of exhaustion. Your final thought, tomorrow is Wednesday. Shock day again. Calendar pages soaked in dread. You wonder how much of you will remain by Friday, by next month, by whenever they deem you improved. And still absurdly a shard of hope flickers. Because the system insists this is progress. Because the staff beam satisfaction. Because the charts call this healing. You cling to the perverse possibility they might be right. Because the alternative, that all this agony is meaningless, is too monstrous to face in darkness. You sleep. The ward hums on. Shocks, comas, baths, picks. Machinery of mercy grinding until dawn pries open another day. And the horror resets with a terrifying precision, dressed again in the sterile white of salvation. It starts with a clipboard. Not an alarm, not a scream. Just a clipboard, misfiled. Patient number 337's morning dosage recorded next to patient 338's name. The difference? 30 pounds of body mass. And a cardiac history buried 2 inches deep in yellowed files. The insulin coma that follows is not immediate, it lingers. The way thunder does after the lightning's already crawled across your spine. 7:10 a.m. Patient 338, real name Dorothy, is wheeled into the holding room. She's cheerful that morning, chewing spearmint gum. She greets the nurse like a child meeting a school teacher. Are we doing the sleepy thing again today? The nurse smiles. That's right. Dorothy doesn't know, none of you ever really know, what the dose means. Only that it feels different. By minute 7, she's groaning. Not the usual, "I'm coming down" ache. This is deeper. The kind of sound an animal makes when it knows it's been struck by something invisible. Her eyes roll, arms jerk, then cease. The nurse, still believing it's a typical reaction, stabilizes her legs and whispers, "Easy now, it'll pass." But Dorothy doesn't pass. Not into coma. Not into sleep. She goes rigid. Locks up so completely her teeth crack audibly. Then comes the froth. First at the corners. Then a full geyser. Thick, white, tinged with blood. Someone drops a tray. A crash. Then motion, finally. The crash jolts the attending doctor. He rushes in, sees her body twisting violently on the cot, orders a glucose reversal, but the line's missed. The vein collapsed. The nurse tries again. Blood sprays across her uniform like an accidental sacrament. At 7:18 a.m, Dorothy's heart seizes, flat line, and just like that the therapy becomes a death. But no one in the hallway knows yet. Her chart is pulled quietly, her name removed from the whiteboard. Later, the staff tells other patients she was transferred for specialised care. No one believes it, but no one asks, because when a system kills someone, it kills them politely. You learn this early. If a patient vanishes, you don't ask why. You look down. You keep weaving your basket. You say your gratitude at morning group. You survive until the system stutters again. This time it's electrical. 11:42 a.m. ECT room. Ditto. The generator, rarely inspected, surges during a session. The patient, Gerald, 62, formerly a postal worker, is already strapped in. Electrodes in place. Pentaful half effective. The switch is thrown. The body lifts, screams, but the seizure doesn't stop. 30 seconds? 40? 45? His legs flail so violently the leather strap snaps. He kicks a metal tray. Scalpel clatters to the floor. The doctor yells for help. Nurse reaches for emergency phenobarbital, but it was prepped for the wrong dosage. They inject anyway. His pulse drops. Eyes flutter. Lids stop moving. Time pauses. Then the staff begins the cover-up shuffle. Let's wait and observe. Don't worry the others. He's resting deeply. A typical reaction. You know what happened. You heard the scream through the wall. You smelled the singed skin when they opened the door a crack to check the wiring. But no one says the word accident, because in this ward, accidents are merely misunderstood procedures. Even catastrophe can be documented into legitimacy if you use enough passive voice. Patient expired during treatment. Patient failed to respond. Patient's body was non-compliant. And then comes the final act, the pick, the relic, the ritual, lobotomy day, not announced, whispered. You know it's happening when Freeman arrives. The man doesn't wear white like other doctors. He wears brown tweed, glasses, a grin like a politician shaking hands with infants. He carries his case like a violinist carries their Stradivarius. Inside the case, 1 silver mallet, 2 orbitoclasts, photographs. He shows them to interns before the procedure, before and after. Before, rage, confusion. After, calm, sedate, perfectly manageable. They always look dead in the after, but he calls it serenity. Today's subject, James, 31, formerly a farmhand, diagnosed with agitated schizophrenia, though most believe he just yells too much and doesn't like small rooms. He tried to run last week. They caught him under the hedge, crying. They sedated him. This morning he's walked to the treatment room blindfolded. Not for comfort, for control. Freeman chats during prep. Beautiful frontal bone. Good shape for entry. They lay James back. Tuck towels around his collar. No anaesthesia. Freeman says it dulls the results. He lifts the pick, places it above the tear duct, taps, a soft crack, like stepping on an eggshell. James jerks. Freeman soothes him. Just a little dance. The pick enters the brain. He wiggles it side to side. 10 seconds, withdraws, moves to the other eye. James moans. One nurse leaves the room, sick. Freeman hums. Second pick enters. Wiggle, wiggle, withdraw. He wipes it clean on a napkin, turns to the interns. Textbook. James is wheeled out, head lolling. Later in the hallway, you see him. His mouth is open, his hands limp. He tries to speak. Nothing comes out, just a huff of breath. He smiles. It's crooked. Like he forgot what smiling meant halfway through. The staff is thrilled. They clap Freeman on the back. He signs the report. You've done well, the nurse tells James. He nods. Or maybe he just can't stop his head from bobbing. Either way, it's accepted as consent. And so, the ritual continues. What makes it horror is not the blood, it's the certainty. The system's deep, unshakable belief in its own righteousness. No one is cackling in a lab. There are no iron masks, no moats. Just fresh linens, tidy charts, warm porridge, and interventions that erase people with surgical grace. You lie awake that night, hearing the lullaby of distant seizures, the cough of paraldehyde drifting down the hallway, the quiet scrape of a wheelchair as someone is taken away forever. You wonder what it will be for you. Shock? Coma? Pick? Or maybe just time? Maybe time itself will wear you down, will bleach your resistance, will scrub your voice from your throat until your silence is praised as progress. You imagine someone reading your chart one day, saying, she adjusted well to treatment, she became cooperative, she improved, and you think, no, I adapted, I survived. I became quiet so they'd stop cutting. But no one records that. Because in here, survival isn't the goal. It's conformity. And the closer you come to disappearing, the more they applaud your stability. The final absurdity is this. You could leave here, today, hollowed out, voice erased, thoughts caged, and the system would call you healed. They'd hand you a discharge form. They'd smile and say, you're better now. And part of you, the part they didn't remove, might even believe them. Because the horror of this place isn't just what it does to your body. It's what it convinces your mind to forget. There comes a moment, not loud, not cinematic, when something inside you snaps. Not like a bone, not like a scream, but like a shoelace in the middle of a marathon. You were already limping. Now you're just stuck. You don't tell anyone, of course. That would be regression. That would get charted. That would undo the progress you've faked so well you almost believed it. So you keep smiling. You brush your teeth like a good patient. You nod in group therapy when someone says they're feeling triggered by abandonment themes. You fold your hands in your lap and breathe slowly through your nose and tell yourself, this is healing. But deep down, in the quiet parts of your brain that still speak truth, you know, you're not healing, you're hiding. There's a rot spreading inward, and it wears a hospital bracelet. It's not the treatments themselves anymore. It's what they took from you. Your name, short-handed into initials on a clipboard. Your voice, dulled into therapeutic phrasing. Your memory, blurred by medication cocktails. Your defiance, burnt out by repetition. It's not a big break. It's a long, slow wear, like river water against stone, until you're just smooth, round, and silent. It starts with the mirror. You catch your reflection in the medication room glass. Pale skin, flat effect, hospital socks with the little rubber grips on the bottom. You don't look like a person anymore. You look like a rendering, like someone trying to remember what a human expression is supposed to be. Your smile feels stapled on. You test it, stretching your mouth too far, watching the creases not match your eyes. Then you stop smiling altogether. The nurses start asking questions. Everything okay today? You nod. Feeling grounded? You say yes, because I no longer feel real isn't an approved phrase. They let you be. Because you're not screaming. You're not banging your head against the wall. You're not hiding silverware. You're a low-risk miracle. Inside, you're a cathedral with a crumbling foundation. You try to cry one night. You think, if I can cry, maybe I'm still here. But nothing comes. Your chest hurts. Your throat clenches. But the tears don't fall. The meds have stolen even that. You miss crying the way someone misses a relative they never liked but knew deeply. At least crying meant you felt. At least it proved the machinery hadn't turned off yet. Now, you're just noise on a monitor. You sit through group therapy like furniture. One day, someone talks about being touched inappropriately by a family member. They cry. Everyone nods. You watch yourself write in your journal, "My empathy feels rehearsed." You stare at the sentence for a long time. You lose time. Not like spacing out, but more like life being edited in post-production. Whole hours go missing. You find a half-completed puzzle you don't remember starting. A drawing in your notebook you swear you didn't make. It's a house. Childish crayon. Beneath it, in shaky pencil, "Please don't forget where we lived." You take it to the staff. They say, "That's progress." They say your inner child is surfacing. They ask if you want to explore it in art therapy. You say no. You burn the page. You stop journaling. The more you write, the more it feels like someone else is dictating. You go to breakfast. You eat toast. You stare at a salt shaker. 20 minutes pass. You have no memory of the toast. A nurse asks if you're feeling disoriented. You say, "No, I'm practicing mindfulness." She beams. You wonder how many of them would notice if you started speaking in tongues, or if they just call it a breakthrough. One afternoon, you find yourself in the hallway outside the linen closet. You don't remember walking there. You're barefoot. You're holding a spoon. You have no idea where the spoon came from. A nurse sees you and pauses. You brace for the code, but she just says, "Looking for fresh socks." You nod. She points. "Second shelf." Later, you find the spoon in your pillowcase. You stare at it for a long time, wondering if it's a warning, or a relic, or a weapon. You put it back in the cutlery bin. No one notices. You say things like, "I've been using positive reframing." You say things like, "I'm learning to accept discomfort." You say things like, "I realise healing isn't linear." They nod, they write, they praise, but none of it is yours. It's a script written in someone else's language, and you're the lead actor. They'll give you a standing ovation on discharge day. And all you'll want to do is bow until your face hits the floor and never comes back up. Sleep doesn't mean rest anymore. It means dreams that distort your memories into funhouse tragedies. Your family visits in dreams, but their faces melt. Your voice works, but no sound comes out. You try to scream for help, but the walls are padded in cotton, and your mouth is full of gauze. You wake up sweating, heart pounding, mouth dry. You turn to the nurse doing checks. She smiles. "Bad dream?" You nod. She makes a note. Your trauma becomes a checkbox. You want to remind yourself who you were before, but the words won't come. or they come in fragments. Remember when we used to laugh? Don't trust the ones who tell you it's normal. Or there's something in the water. Smile so they stop watching. You crumple the letter. Flush it. You check the mirror. The person looking back at you has your eyes, but they don't blink at the right times. You practice blinking, just to be safe. You begin to bargain with the fragments of yourself that still flicker. Not in spoken words, speech is too easily surveilled, but in silent transactions, covert exchanges conducted between pulse beats. I'll take my meds on time, you promise the staff pleaser that has colonised your smile, if you let me keep one authentic thought a day. I'll answer every worksheet, you tell the ghost of your former curiosity, if you show me just one honest memory before lights out. The bargains never hold, but making them convinces you there's still a negotiator inside, someone with leverage. Even if that leverage is imaginary, it is yours. It happens in occupational therapy, amid the predictable squeak of reed baskets and the rustle of embroidery floss. You are threading a needle, left hand trembling from residual insulin jitters, when the plaster behind the instructor begins to pulse. Subtle at first, like the faint swell of lungs. You blink, it doesn't stop. The wall inhales, exhales, the paint distending like the fabric of a balloon. You freeze, needle mid-air, half convinced you're hallucinating. But no one else reacts. They continue weaving, tying French knots, murmuring polite affirmations of mindful crafting. The instructor doesn't notice that reality behind her is taking slow, deliberate breaths. A nurse kneels beside your chair. "Hand cramp?" she asks, voice pure sweetness. You nod. Yes, a cramp. A spasm. Anything but the walls have discovered respiration. She massages your knuckles and scribbles a note. Patient reports somatic tension. Maintain grounding exercises. Somatic tension. How adorably clinical. You return to your needle, but the wall keeps breathing. You pretend not to see. The thread breaks anyway. Time fractures further. Hours are no longer sequence. They are shards, scattered across your perception. 10:12 a.m. might follow 3:47 p.m. with no warning. One afternoon, you remember climbing a tree at age 7, bark under fingernails, the dizzy thrill of height. The memory overlays the present so vividly, you taste sap. Then you blink, and you are back at dinner, chewing overboiled cabbage. The smell of sap lingers in the steam off your tray, but no one else smells it. Of course they don't. The cafeteria is a fragrance vacuum where even hunger has no scent. You try to share these temporal glitches in therapy. The group nods politely. The therapist writes derealization episodes. A fancy phrase for time is broken, but we refuse to call it mystery. Desperate for proof you once existed outside fluorescent purgatory, you start hiding relics. Tiny excavations of identity in plain sight. A strand of your hair woven into the seam of your pillow. A thumbnail-sized piece of blue crayon slipped beneath the foot of bed 12's nightstand. 3 grains of cafeteria salt poured into the battery compartment of the communal radio. Because you used to love music, and now the radio only hisses static. Let it hiss louder. These are not sabotages. They are breadcrumbs. Follow the salt, you whisper internally to the future version of you who might one day retrace these halls. Follow the blue crumb. Follow the hair. If the staff finds them, they'll call it malingering. But staff rarely look beneath seams. Their war is with visible threats. Sharp objects, loud voices, doors left ajar. A single grain of salt is invisible insurgency. 10:05 p.m, hallway checks complete. The ward sighs into usual restless quiet. Then something curious. Every patient, simultaneously, chooses not to speak. No census is taken, no pact made. Yet a hush descends heavy as snowfall. You sit upright in bed, listening. No coughs, no mutters, no teeth grinding. Not even Harold's post-lobotomy moan. It is as if the ward exhales human noise and decides to hold its breath. You shift, springs squeak. Immediately guilt stabs you. Did you break the spell? No, still silence. You have the eerie sense everyone is awake, ears pricked, participating in an unscripted strike against sound. 30 heartbeats pass. 40. A minute. The quiet grows muscular, monumental. The fluorescent hum becomes thunder by comparison. A nurse appears in the doorway. She scans the room. Her footsteps are gunshots in the stillness. She checks pulse points, adjusts blankets, retreats. Even she seems unnerved. After she leaves, someone, perhaps Clara, returned from Ward G, begins tapping a knuckle against bed rail. 5 quick taps, nothing. 5 taps, nothing. Morse for SOS? Or maybe just a heartbeat she wants the room to remember. You do not answer. You let the silence close back over the ripple. The room sleeps with eyes open. Next morning no one mentions it, but breakfast chatter is subdued, as if everyone shares a secret they can't articulate. Nurse Ruth, your unofficial guardian angel, offers you a peppermint during vitals. She's never done that before. The suddenness of kindness feels like a loaded syringe. You hesitate. Peppermint could be laced, symbol, bribe, trap. She misreads your flinch and tucks the candy into your palm anyway. Little sweetness before group. Your fingers curl reflexively around the sweet. It is smooth, ordinary, glinting red stripes. Proof that the outside world still manufactures frivolity. Tears sting your eyes. Not for gratitude, for grief. How starved you are that a peppermint feels like a miracle. Later, unwrapped in your mouth, it tastes of chlorine. You spit it out. You realise the flavour is fine. Your senses are corrupted. The ward has infected your palate. Everything now carries undertones of bleach, latex, sorrow, afternoon session, topic, forgiveness. Therapist asks, who do you need to forgive to move forward? People give safe answers, fathers, diseases, themselves. When it's your turn, you picture white coats, rubber straps, flicked switches. You picture the nurse who called Dorothy's death a transfer. Freeman's smiling mallet, the clipboard that rewrote your insomnia into compliance. You swallow. I forgive the process, you say. The therapist beams. That's profound. But inside you shake, because forgiving the process feels like aligning with the enemy. Still, the phrase fits the doctrine, so it sticks. Another brick mortared into the wall between anger and articulation. You are in line for shower rotation when a trick of steam triggers memory. Suddenly you're 8, winter, bathing in a rusted tub at your grandmother's farmhouse. The scent of cedar soap blooms. Your chest aches with nostalgia so sharp you gasp. A peer behind you misreads the gasp, asks, "You okay?" You nod, though tears wet your cheeks. You can cry after all, only not for present pain, only for echoes. Back in your cot, you attempt to record the memory, but the moment pen touches page, the smell fades. Words appear generic. Old tub, cold farm, lavender soap. None capture the shiver, the wood smoke, the echoed laughter. You rip the page out, hide it under mattress salt crumb. Breadcrumb number 4, day 63. Group art session instructs. Draw your future self. You mean to sketch something. Maybe a small apartment, a radio, a cat. Instead your hand produces a silhouette. Featureless head, torso dissolving into static lines. You stare at it. It stares back, eyeless. Instructor praises your abstract openness. You walk out mid-session. No one stops you, leaving as progress apparently. In the corridor, you press the drawing to your chest. Featureless self, future self, same difference. You start cataloguing staff with new labels. Ruth, the soft edge of the blade. Dr. Ellis, the cartographer of absence. Freeman in stories, the smiling guillotine. Orderly Sam, hands gentle as restraints. Each title helps you remember they are not gods, just executors of a creed bigger than them. It's comforting, briefly, to demote them from deities to devotees. Your legs give out during hallway lineup. You crumple like a marionette cut from strings. Blood sugar normal, blood pressure normal. Diagnosis, psychogenic weakness. Translation, your body staged a protest your brain refused to authorize. Questionnaire asks, rate your confidence in coping skills, 1 to 10. You stare at the scale until numbers lose meaning. You skip the question. Therapist circles it in red. Rapport rupture? You shrug. Numbers are lies. Shirts might as well be rain clouds. During Sunday faux chapel, chaplain reads Psalm 23. You mouth the words. They feel foreign, like singing in a language you once knew. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. But you do want. Hunger for unscripted laughter. For a sky unsupervised by wires. The psalm becomes static in your ears. You walk out. No one stops you. Refusal of worship is choice, not symptom, apparently. Later you find the psalm echoing anyway, a worm in brainstem. He restoreth my soul. You laugh. Restoration? More like reformatting. There's one window at the end of South Hall whose latch was painted shut years before. On day 70-something, storm winds make it rattle. During free period you approach, press fingers to glass. Outside, rain slants like scribbled graphite. Clouds bruise purple. You feel that bruise inside. Sudden impulse. Open it. With fingernail, scrape flaked paint. Chip by chip. No alarms. No cameras here. After 10 minutes of furtive chiselling, latch budges. Window creaks. A gulp of cold, rain-scented air smashes into your face. First honest smell in months. You gasp. Inhale damp asphalt, leaf rot, ozone. It hurt wonderfully. Lightning flashes, thunder rolls. For 3 glorious breaths, you remember the vocabulary of weather. Then an orderly round corner. Seize the gap. Close that. You'll catch cold. You slam it. Paint flakes, snow to floor. He reports the damage. Later, maintenance seals window with screws. But you keep scent of storm in nostrils for hours. Proof the world still exists beyond sterilized climate. You revisit the inner negotiations. Old deal. Let me keep one authentic thought. New reality. Authentic thoughts now trigger aches, suspicion, possible med increases. You renegotiate. I'll keep half a thought, silent, at night. The process accepts. And so authenticity becomes a pet gerbil you hide in shirt pocket. You feed it crumbs of memory. It bites sometimes, reminding you you're alive. One afternoon a psychologist pulls you aside. She says she's noticed your affect downshift. She slips you a pamphlet on advanced coping tools. It features a ladder, cartoon figures climbing joyfully. You almost laugh. But laughter belongs to older versions of you. She asks, what do you want most right now? The answer bursts in your skull. I want out. But you say, I'd like more worksheets. She smiles, relief radiant. I can do that. Later, in bed, you clutch the pamphlet, crinkle it until edges cut your palm. The sting grounds you better than any breathing exercise. You realise something brutal. You now perform collapse as deftly as you performed recovery. Both are masks. Underneath lies only exhaustion. At 3:11 a.m, you jolt awake, no nurse in sight, silence thick as velvet. The voice inside the negotiator whispers, "We are running out of us." You whisper back, "What do we do?" Voice answers, "Remember storm air, remember tree bark, remember taste of sap." You nod, tears finally arriving, hot and quiet. Salt traces down cheeks, proof that medication can't damn everything. You press fist to mouth, stifle sobs. The ward sleeps. Rain patters faintly on sealed glass. Somewhere the window screws hold firm. You promise the voice, one more day, one more memory. We keep a heartbeat's worth of self alive. The voice promises nothing, only breathes with you, until shift change footsteps approach, and morning pills clatter, heralding the next round of negotiated erasure. You wake to the metallic chirp of the breakfast cart, but stay still, eyes half open. You've discovered that if you don't move, staff assume you're meditative rather than defiant. Observation becomes interpretation. Interpretation becomes data. Data becomes destiny. So you lie there, cataloguing the room with peripheral vision. Harold drooling softly, Clara's bed empty again, the curtain around bed 4 swaying as if someone breathed too hard. A nurse marks her clipboard. Patient calm, resting. You are neither. Eventually you rise, one vertebra at a time. Your body feels like a library book overdue by years. Pages loose, spine cracked, margins scribbled by strangers. You shuffle toward the sink. Splash water on your face. The mirror greets you with the same startled expression as yesterday, as if still shocked you haven't disappeared entirely. Today's schedule glints on the whiteboard. Edgerite chose group, resilience, 09 phone 30, medication review 11, Shrewd, art therapy, collage, 13 Murus, family visitation, 15 Erush, discharge planning meeting, tentative. That final parenthetical sets your pulse, skittering. Tentative. The word is a mousetrap baited with hope. You've seen it before, watched it vanish after one poorly timed question or an errant tremor noted by staff. Tentative means they're sharpening their scissors, but haven't decided if your leash should be cut or tightened. Group begins with plastic smiles and paper cups of decaf. The therapist, Ms. Sloane, asks everyone to share a recent resilience moment. Harold mumbles, "Ate my toast." Sloane claps as if he recited epic poetry. Clara, back from Ward G, whispers that she wrote a postcard. Though she can't recall the address. Again applause. Your turn. You consider honesty. I almost opened a sealed window to breathe, but choose survival. I practiced grounding when intrusive memories surfaced. Head nods, pen scribbles, gold star. Inside you feel the memory twitch, hungry for air. Medication review next. Dr. Ellis sits behind the desk, like a customs agent guarding a border. He flips your chart, scans numbers, tilts his head. How are the haloperidol side effects? Tongue thick, you say, manageable. Translation, your jaw locks nightly, limbs jerk like marionettes. He jots tolerating current regimen. Then he surprises you. We may begin tapering. Hope flares, too bright, too fast. You nod carefully, as if one enthusiastic blink might reset the dosage. Art therapy after. Tables strewn with magazines and safety scissors, too dull to cut anything but feelings. The prompt, create a collage of your future. You slice images without looking. An empty chair, a door half open, a horizon at dusk. You glue them onto cardstock. Realise too late you've made a vacancy rather than a future. Instructor peers over shoulder, calls it minimalist optimism. You swallow a laugh. It tastes of old glue. Family visitation. Your sister arrives, coat damp from drizzle, eyes shimmering with guilt. She tries to mask as cheer. She hugs you, aloud, supervised whispers. You look lighter? You want to ask lighter than what? Instead you smile, the stapled one. She hands you a paperback, spine uncreased, bird watching for beginners. Thought you'd like nature photos, she says. You think of sealed windows, missing storm air. You thank her. The nurse logs the gift. Conversation meanders through weather, grocery prices, an uncle's hip replacement. Safe topics that skirt the crater between her life and your confinement. Finally she leans in. They said discharge is soon. You exhale through teeth. Tentative. Her hope dims but doesn't extinguish. Keep doing what you're doing, she says, squeezing your hand. You flinch. Touch feels foreign, tender, dangerous. She mistakes it for gratitude, smiles broader. Time's up. She leaves the room with quick steps, as if pursued by the weight she can't carry. Discharge planning. A small conference room that smells of printer toner and stale ambition. Present. Dr. Ellis, social worker Kim, Nurse Ruth, you. A semicircle of authority facing a single plastic chair. Paperwork stacks like thick snowdrifts. Kim begins. We believe you've demonstrated significant stabilisation. She outlines outpatient appointments, medication compliance, temporary housing referral. Ruth slides a form toward you. Patient self-assessment. You read the first prompt. I feel prepared to manage my wellness in the community. And the words blur. Prepared? You can't even trust the mirror. Dr. Ellis asks if you have concerns. The negotiator voice whispers, say no. But another voice, the storm air voice, edges forward. It says, what happens if I fall apart again? The room stills. Kim rehearsed for this. Relapse is part of recovery. You'll have resources. Resource is a tranquil word that masks padded rooms and double dosages. You nod anyway. The form requires a signature. Pen shakes in your grip. You picture breadcrumbs of blue crayon, grains of salt, the sealed window. The signature lands shaky but legible. They beam as if you birthed the document. In your pocket, the bird-watching book presses like a talisman. That night, you flip pages under blanket flashlight. Photos of sparrows, kestrels, gulls mid-flight. Captions list habitats, coastlines, woodlands, wide open skies. Your chest aches so viciously you close the book. You fear you'll scream if you see one more creature born to traverse distances you can't. Lights out. The ward dims. Footsteps recede. You sit on edge of mattress. Heart a metronome on amphetamines. Tomorrow they might untie the leash. Outside, rain hushes against brick. You think, if freedom feels like this, terrified, half erased, am I still free? You retrieve a hidden scrap of paper, the silhouette drawing. You tear it into tiny pieces, swallow 3, tuck the rest in shoe sole. Insurance against forgetting the vacancy. Sleep hovers but refuses to land. You practice future scripts. Yes, I'm better. Yes, I'm grateful. No, I don't need help. Each line tastes like chalk. Somewhere near 2 a.m, the ward door clicks. Soft tread approaches. Nurse Ruth. She sees you awake, sits on neighbouring cot. Whisper voice. Scared? You nod, defences bleeding out. She doesn't offer platitudes. Instead she says, the world is bigger than this place. Remember that. She taps the bird book. Start with sky. Tears spill, silent. She pats your shoulder, leaves. The gesture is gentle, but her words are the first unscripted ones you've heard in weeks. Bigger than this place. Sky as starting point. You lie back. eyes tracing cracked ceiling until cracks resemble constellations. You name one after Dorothy, one after James, one after the peppermint that proved flavour still exists. At dawn, discharge papers await your final signature. You sign. Nurses exchange congratulatory whispers. A staff member cuts your ID bracelet. Plastic snaps. Smallest of sounds, loudest of symbols. You dress in civilian clothes that hang unfamiliar on reshaped bones. They hand you a paper bag with prescriptions, appointment slips, the bird book. Front doors slide open. Air, real, untamed, rushes your lungs. It isn't sweet, it's exhaust, wet concrete, the faint musk of a city waking. It is imperfect, alive, unsupervised. You step onto pavement. The ground wobbles, like walking after a long sea voyage. You fear you'll tip backward into the corridor. Instead you take a second step. Sky above. Low clouds bruised purple. Just like the storm you smelled through that illicit crack. For a heartbeat, you imagine claws of fluorescent light grabbing your shoulders, dragging you back. Nothing happens. The world does not applaud. It simply exists, massive and indifferent. You breathe. The air hurts, wonderfully. You open the bird book to the first page. A lark in mid-flight. You look up, searching. No lark. Only pigeons flapping toward a rooftop. Still, you whisper their names. Sparrow, gull, kestrel. Each a spell against erasure. Each proof that vocabulary can outlive captivity. Your voice sounds small, but it's yours. Unsupervised, uncharted. The storm air voice answers inside. Semester 1 of freedom begins. You turn the corner. One hand grips the prescription, so the other grips nothing. Empty fingers tremble. Fear or anticipation, impossible to tell. You do not know where you're going. You only know a way is forward. Behind you, the hospital windows reflect grey sky, sealed shut, screws gleaming. Your knees buckle with a sudden urge to go back. Better the devil you know than an infinite unknown. But the negotiator inside whispers, one more step, one more breath, keep a heartbeat's worth of self alive. So you do. You walk, soles thin, heart loud, pockets light except for crumbs of blue crayon ground into lint. Breadcrumb theology guiding you toward a future not yet sentenced. The city swallows you without ceremony, and for the first time in months, the absence of applause feels like mercy. The sky does not change colour for you. No dramatic sunbeam, no tearful violin. Just pigeons, traffic, and the scent of oil slick on pavement. The ordinary world yawns in your face, and you realise it's been functioning all along, without noticing your absence. You don't cry, you don't laugh, you don't say a word. You just walk. Each footfall is the softest rebellion, a refusal to disappear, even if your shape has changed, even if you're more echo than voice. You'll rent a room. You'll stare at ceilings. You'll flinch at static. You'll trace storms on glass, and wonder which parts of you came home and which stayed locked behind sealed windows. But for now, there's this breath. This one, not the next. This step, not the plan. Somewhere far away, a machine hums, a clipboard flips, a bed creaks, but that's no longer your soundtrack. Let it fade. Let it dissolve like a sugar cube in black coffee. And if you dream tonight, let it be sky. Just sky. Nothing more, nothing sharp. Sleep now, drift down. The last candle is burning out.